Under the Oak Tree. Chapter 121. In front of the mirror, Max slowly turned around, staring at herself. Linda was attentively following her, not wanting to miss any reactions. She gave her another dress, and a maid helped her change. Max sent out a pleasant feeling the texture of the fabric. The maids made a fuss around whenever they wore accessories or new headdresses with long veils. "I think this dress suits you best. What do you think of it, madam?" asked Linda after dressing her in a pearl white dress with a golden belt. Max looked into the mirror. A tall woman, adorned with net-shaped diamond necklaces and topaz rings, dressed in gold-embellished shoes, stood somewhat modestly under an elegant shiny outfit. Max's eyes shone with excitement at her appearance. She looked great like any other member of the royal family. She looked glorious. I like this one the most. Then I'll start working on your hair. I think it's better to braid it. Shall we put a net with pearls on it? Asked Rudish. No, it would be much better to have two thin braids on either side and then adorn with pins. Rudish skillfully combed her hair as per Linda's words, braiding it on both sides, and then poked a pin with a walnut-sized point at the top of the ear. She let her long, voluminous tresses cascade on her back. Max stared at her red hair curling over the white dress with admiration. What kind of magic did they do? Her curly hair looks very sleek and stunning. Madam, you look so lovely. The maid squealed in delight when they saw her dolled up. It's like the nymph of light. I'm sure he'll be surprised to see it, right? One of them stated. I'm sure he will be happy. You look better than ever, added another. Max blushed up to the roots of her hair with the unfamiliar compliment. She murmured in a low voice shyly. Thank you. Is there something that you don't like or that you're dissatisfied with? Asked Linda, a little anxious. Oh no. Oh, it's very comfortable. I like it. Linda nodded in satisfaction at her answer and finally draped a dark wine-colored velvet cape over her shoulder. Max was very much enjoying the graceful appearance at the moment. Rejoicing, she instructed the maids to take good care of the cat, then left the room. The hall was decorated with the shadows of a dark night. Max walked along the corridor that servants had brightly lit with Rudish close behind. Riftan's mere return seemed to have brought life to the quiet castle. The scent of fried food and sweet liquor wafted through the cool air, and under the stairs, a loud voice echoed softly. Max carried the horn and went down the stairs past the busy servants. She saw the knights and young soldiers who sat on the long dining table, and the maids who served them, as she walked out of the white hall and into the dining room. She glanced at the knights who were busy dining, drinking, and talking, standing at the door. In the audience, a candelabra released a blinding light, and the table was filled with food that was so ample that it was thought the table would split. Among them was a boy who was carving a whole boar on the largest platter and placing the slices on a plate. Suddenly he looked at her and raised his hand. My lady. Yurikshon, dressed beautifully in a white tunic, raced towards her with a cheerful smile. Max was laughing awkwardly. When she recalled what she had done yesterday with Riftan in front of him, she couldn't lift her head. The boy continued chatting easily, as if he didn't care at all. How have you been? As you already know, I went through the first civil war of my life with Sir Calypso. I spent the 10 most meaningful days of my life with my respected sir's side. He sounded as if he had been to a good place for a picnic, not a demon's lair. Max was just embarrassed not knowing what to say. A long time no see. Did you get hurt? Are you fine? She asked. It's okay, except for a slight bruise. Yurikshon smiled awkwardly, pointing at his knees. I'm ashamed to say I was walking down the hillside, my foot got caught in the roots of a tree and I fell down. Fortunately, the ointment you gave me was so good that I didn't have to bother anyone, but I was teased by Sir Nerda. Lober, talk later. Take your seat first. A knight, who couldn't see Max, yelled over his shoulder. Yurikshon scratched his neck abashedly and reached out to her. Let me help you. Okay, please, this way. I'll show you the most delicious food stacked on the tray. As Max placed her hand on the arm of the knight, the boy skillfully led her out of the crowd and pulled out a chair in an unexpectedly smooth move. I'll take your cape. Max hesitated for a moment, holding the cape string. It was embarrassing to show herself in front of others. My lady? At Yurikshon's confused gaze, she closed her eyes tightly, took off her thick cape and handed it to him. The noisy surroundings suddenly became quiet. Max could only shrug in embarrassment at their low murmurs. Under the Oak Tree. Chapter 122. Moments earlier, the knights, who were carrying their glasses and making noisy noises, were now looking at her as if caught in surprise with their eyes wide open. At the weight of their stares, Max sensed her self-esteem diminishing and she at once dropped her gaze to stare at the floor. She thinks that they felt that this kind of fancy outfit did not suit her at all, just as she expected, which is why they were staring at her so intensely. As she felt curiously scrutinized by their gaze, she felt cold sweat running down her nape. Max stopped in her movements and waited for the young boy to catch up with her. Yurikshin greeted her with a wide smile before speaking. "Oh my god. Your gown, it is really wonderful." He complimented her and Max's eyes lit up at his compliment. Is it really?" Max looked at the boy with an insecure but hopeful expression on her face. As she stared into his eyes, Max concluded that Yurikshin did not seem to be lying to her. Yurikshin nodded furiously, while his big shining eyes stared at her. "You look just like an ancient elf. The white dress goes really well on you. I used to be dazzled by beauty before, but today I am blind." Yurikshin told her excitedly and Max blushed at the exaggerated praise. The boy proceeded to pour out his praises enthusiastically at her as she was about to return the compliment, that he too looked good in his clothes. "You are Sir Calypso's wife, the world's #1 knight." For a moment, I was mesmerized. Even the arrogant nymphish would blush with jealousy at your loveliness. In a moment of joy, Max could feel her cheeks reddening all the way up to the nape of her neck. It seemed funny to her because it was not possible for the young boy to see beauty that never existed in the world. Yurikshin did not stop giving her compliments as they walked towards their table. Max immediately sat on the chair when they arrived, fighting back the desire to shut Yurikshin's mouth, but the boy was quite unabashed and continued talking. Yurikshin proceeded to offer her cheerful praises, perhaps not feeling any embarrassment at all, as he pulled out a chair directly beside her. "It's such a waste. If you had participated in the royal ball in this way, you would have entranced all the knights and their wives would gather angrily outside the palace." Thank you," replied Max shyly. She looked down at the round plate in front of her, murmuring those words in a voice that she could hardly even drag out of her mouth. Around her, the silence of the knights made her feel so awkward and uncomfortable. She was laughing at the boy's exaggerations of her appearance to outsiders, but inside, her sweat poured secretly under her dress. Yurikshin began to give her some food in haste. "My lady, I will be by your side to assist you. Do you have any favorite food? They're all delicious, but they're especially roasted." Max felt relieved that the subject had become normal, sighed, and looked around the room looking for the face of her husband. "Thank you. By the way, where's Sir Calypso?" Max asked. "Sir Calypso is still in the conference room. We are still planning and are discussing the movements of the monsters with some of the knights." "The movements of monsters?" This sparked Max's interest. Suddenly, the monsters from the northwest started moving south. At the sudden sound of a voice coming from her back, Max turned her head. Sir Nerda, who was dressed in plain clothes, met her gaze. He was standing right behind her and he looked up and down at her. Max noticed that he did so with a strange expression on his face, and he soon flopped down on a chair next to her after he had done this. Trolls are showing signs of moving to the anatorium, so the leader is discussing countermeasures with the wizard. First of all, they told us to have a meal together because later it's going to be a long discussion. Nerda responded in a foreboding tone and immediately Max's brows suddenly furrowed. The unexpected story clouded Max's face. He barely continued his speech as Max processed the new information, while filling his glass with wine in a manner that discarded formality. Max dropped her fork and decided to listen to his words. "That's why the goblins were bigger than expected. I spent a lot of time exploring the mountains in the north because it seemed like something had happened to the demon's ecosystem." Hebron told the crowd, and as knights started whispering at each other, gasps suddenly filled the room. "The demons in Anatole? You mean they're coming?" Max suddenly asked. "It would be better to say that they started moving south than that they were coming here. It's just a guess, but according to the testimony of the monsters hunters who came across the mountain." Max gave a somber look to Nerda at that moment. He abruptly shut his mouth when Nerda saw the darkening of her face and decided to end the conversation. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and added in finality, "I've said a lot of useless things. It's nothing to worry about, ma'am. Even if the demons are coming in, Anatole is as safe as an iron can, as long as there are knights of the Ream Dragon." Max could hardly relax even with his assurance. The horrendous images of the guards and loggers who were seriously injured in the werewolf's raid came to her mind. As the number of demons increases, such things will happen more often. Max slipped a hand into the pocket of her cloak to hold on to the mana concealed in it. The resolve she had to learn magic became stronger. It would be better than nothing, if not of great help. Let's focus on studying for tomorrow, Max said firmly to herself. Yurikshin began to speak cheerfully again beside Max, as if to enliven the subdued atmosphere. Dear lady, don't have such a dark face and try these delicious foods. The rose spore of the chef is really excellent. The skin is crispy and the flesh is juicy and extremely soft and moist. If you cut the meat into large pieces and dip it in a thick chameleon sauce, you're going to be so enticed that you can't focus on other things. I dare say you won't even notice if one of us drops dead at this instance. Thank you. Well, it looks really good, Max replied. Right? The nutmeg-infused oven-fried cinnamon cookies are also amazing. Try them. Yurikshin packed her plate full of food. Max pushed the food into her mouth little by little at his suggestion. It was really as good as he said. Max forgot her worries and began to indulge in her delicious meal. Nerda, who glanced at her while drinking, filled her glass with wine. I'm going to choke drinking all this wine on my own. Let's have a drink together. Nerda told her as he pushed her glass towards her, which was now filled with wine. Thank you. Feeling touched by his rare act of kindness, Max gulped down the wine in one shot. Under the oak tree. Chapter 123. When Nerda saw it, he raised one eyebrow and refilled the wine glass. You seem to enjoy drinking. Have another drink. Max suddenly realized how silly she looked, and told Nerda that in fact she never enjoyed drinking more than 1 or 2 drinks at a meal, but she closed her eyes and drank all at once because she didn't want to receive his disappointed glances like the one she saw earlier. As the warmth inside her began to spread, Max felt comfortable. Max glistened lingeringly at the pleasant feeling of increasing drunkenness and continued to drink the wine he Baron poured for her. Her drinking suddenly looked like a show and invited the onlookers to come in one by one to offer her food and alcohol. While the way they appeared to feed her like a rare species mildly annoyed her, Max could not refuse and kept drinking. She asked to herself how many times she tilted the glass to her lips, and gradually her eyes began to fade to the point where she felt strange. She began to let hiccups as she clasped the glass with her hands tightly. Her body felt limp and shaky, the room before her eyes was dancing. She didn't know why, but suddenly she wanted to clear her head and sober up. Perhaps her appearance had appeared strange that a knight stepped in and blocked Nerda's hand from pouring more alcohol into her glass. Sir Nerda, stop filling the cup. I think the lady is already drunk enough. Well, Oh, okay. Max answered. Her tongue was twisted and her pronunciation was not clear. Normally, she would have kept her mouth shut immediately because of how ashamed she was of her drunk tone, but somehow she didn't feel so embarrassed to stutter. Trapped in her drunken state, Max decided to finish all the remaining liquor in her glass at once and bravely held out her glass towards Nerda. One more drink, please. You eat very well. All right. Okay. Come on, have another drink. Nerda complimented her. Nerda's tone has now become more friendly to her. It was pleasantly satisfying the way he talked to a fellow drinker, so Max drank more happily. Smiling endlessly and shaking her body left and right, thanks to the alcohol that spilled, her sleeves got damp, but everything about her felt good. Then she heard someone burst out laughing at the sight of her. That's pretty adorable. I thought you were a woman of somber and demure character. Max swung her head towards the side where the sound came from, and shouted back. I am not uptight. You may not be able to deny it, but... She sighed as she gulped down the wine that Nerda gave her. Suddenly, her pleasant mood quickly subsided and was replaced by melancholy in an instant. But... It's because I'm not used to dealing with people. I don't speak very well and... I don't know what to say. Also that they are all grown up for nothing. It's a little scary when you're facing him. If you look it up, it looks more powerful than it needs to be. It's all more intimidating. I'm not the one to be blame, but the other to be blame. It's to you. Everyone, please lower your height a little. The knights stared at her absurd request and incoherent words blankly. The only one who broke into laughter was he Baron, Lord Nerda. Why, you think height is useless? For combat, a big body is totally beneficial. Yours is too small. What did you do when you were little that you did not grow up? Nerda asked Max. Is Lord Nerda drunk? Max answered back. Undaunted by her sudden loud voice, her glass was filled again by the big knight. Now, it's not too late. You will grow like a pine tree if you drink and eat as much as I do. Nerda told her. Well, shall we? Can I still be a little bit bigger, can I? Max replied with a smile. If you grow taller, you may become more courageous and bold. Max looked up at him with hopeful eyes. He Baron bragged with a big smile. I have been drinking since I was 13 and grown this much. I didn't know there was such a secret in Sir Riftan's height. Even Yurikshin, who sat next to her and put meat in his mouth, poured a lot of alcohol into the cup and began to gulp it down. The surrounding knights who were looking at the drinking session began to cast their eyes away, as if embarrassed by them. Max didn't understand why they had such an awkward face. She tilted her head absent-mindedly, wondering what they were going to do next, but instead she found herself bringing her mouth back to the glass. At that moment, a big hand suddenly reached out over her shoulder and snatched her glass away. Max looked back in astonishment. Her eyes met with Riftan, who stood tall with a fearsome expression. His face turned red and his eyes were staring at her. Judging by his half-blind stare, and violently muttering at her, Max realized he was angry. Now, what the hell are you doing? Riftan asked her. To Grodeler. Max replied with a hiccup. Riftan glanced about the room once more before opening his mouth, and his fierce eyes flew towards the knights. Can you tell me who got my wife drunk? She is pretty good at drinking, so I just. He Baron answered. He Baron scratched the back of his head and made excuses, and Riftan's face grew even more frosty. My wife has had enough of drinking, Riftan announced. He gritted his teeth, and laid down the glass until it banged. Then he looked menacingly around the restaurant, where silence had fallen, and announced in a cold soft voice. Eat well and keep drinking. Because you're going to use a lot of energy at the aerobatics training tomorrow. The knights groaned low in unison. Riftan then walked out of the restaurant, dragging Max with him and ignoring the grumbling sounds from the other knights. Suddenly, Max's legs felt weak, and Riftan picked her up and held her, noticing her discomfort. She obediently wrapped her arms round his neck as Riftan held her. She had been thinking about going to bed because her eyes kept closing. Riftan attempted to lower her down when they arrived in their room, but Max buried her face deep in the nape of his neck and appeared not to hear his deep sigh as he struggled to bring her to bed. Then she felt Riftan's body flinching and stiffening. Max, who was happily intoxicated by the sensation of drinking and sleepiness, didn't care a bit. She gulped down his peculiar body odor and kissed his neck impulsively on the pulsating part of his pulse. Hey! Riftan breathed in surprise. As if to soothe the sulky animal, Max smiled and smoothed his hair. She gently closed her eyes while wiggling with her hands on his chest. Maxie. You don't mean to sleep, do you? Max moaned and buried herself deeper in his arms. Riftan looked down at the figure and fretted. How much did you drink? Damn it, you're not teasing anyone, but why are you dressed like this? He finally managed to put her body down on the bed and pulled up the skirt that had been rolled up. Max raised herself to make it easier for him to undress her. Then as soon as he took the dress off her head, she laid her head on a pillow and began to sleep in earnest. Looking down at the figure, Riftan gritted his teeth once more. When morning comes, you'll see. Under the oak tree. Chapter 124. Max woke up to the cries of a cat. She reluctantly opened her heavy lids and flinched at the bright light coming through the window, causing her a splitting headache. She groaned painfully as she sat down, holding her throbbing head between her hands. Her stomach felt heavy as it was full of sand, and her head had ached as if someone had been nailing her skull all night long. She frowned at the unusual discomfort and suddenly saw a cup full of water appear in front of her eyes. Max slowly lifted her head up. With a gloomy face, Riftan looked down at her, and she realized for the first time that there were 3 kittens perched on her legs that seemed to have fully regained their powers. Wake up, drunk lady, Riftan told her. Max stiffened as memories of last night flooded her thoughts. Riftan handed her the glass of water which she received in shame. Yesterday was very worth seeing. I didn't know my wife was such a drinker. Riftan spoke to her in a low voice. Oh, no. Why, yesterday was my first time doctor drinking like that. Max replied in a faint voice. Riftan gave Max a doubtful look before sitting down on the bed beside her. She felt him breathing deeply, as if to calm his anger. Max felt even more anxious by his actions. She buried her swollen face into the sheets, but somehow Riftan's soft voice went straight into her ears, more clearly than his shouts. I'll tell you something, Maxie, if I see you drunk among the big boys one more time, I'll make you unable to walk for a while. Max looked up at him in astonishment. She realized that she was more surprised by the fact that his words didn't seem to frighten her at all than from the threat itself. She believes he can't do anything to her and wasn't going to harm her. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? He asked her, but he grumbled softly as soon as he saw that she did not show fear. He just seemed upset that she didn't take his words seriously. Won't do that again, Max promised. Seems like you are just saying that. With dissatisfied eyes, he looked down at her miserable body, and soon gave a deep sigh of exhaustion. I'm going to ask the maid to bring you some herbal tea that's good for relieving hangovers, so take a rest. Let's finish talking in the evening. Riftan. Max weakly called to him. Right now, I have some priority work to take care of, Riftan answered, slowly getting up from his seat. He shakes the cat off his boots, puts it on the bed next to Max, and leaves the room. Max hurriedly held the cats who were bursting into tears with discontent in her arms. The high-pitched shout cry felt like a needle piercing to her brain. While she was calming the sick cats in her arms, Rudish entered the room with a teapot tray. How do you feel, madam? Rudish greeted her. I am okay. It's nothing, Max answered. In fact, she felt terrible, but yesterday's scene felt far worse than the pathetic hangover she had. Max calmed her aching stomach by sipping hot tea while trying to maintain her dignity in front of Rudish. I'll have some bath water for you. You'll feel better if you wash yourself with hot water and soothe your stomach with the chef's special egg porridge, Rudish told her with a smile. Max nodded at her consideration with appreciation, relieved by the thoughtful words of the maid. I will. Rudish called Max after a while, and she was greeted by a bathtub full of hot water. Max pulled her clothes off and went to the bathtub. In the warmth of the steaming hot water, she soaked herself and washed her hair with a mixture made of herbs. She enjoyed the hot bath until she felt the water turn lukewarm. Max later changed into a new, fluffy dress. Rudish brought Max a thick boiled porridge with barley, potatoes, onions and eggs for the latter to enjoy while grooming. After Max's breakfast of that savory porridge, she sat in front of the fire and opened a book to read. Herbal tea was effective at driving her hangover away, and her headache disappeared, so she was able to look at her bookshelf and chose a book to read. Should I take the cats out? Rudish asked Max. The maid must have seen her turn the pages with concentration, and was concerned about her being interrupted by the cats. Max shook her head, and she didn't want to kick the little animals out of the room. Oh, no. They don't bother me. It doesn't really matter to me if they stay, Max responded. Then, Rudish smiled as one of the cats purred and rubbed against her. She bent down to rub the cat's ear. The black cat is very calm. The white cat and the striped one, on the other hand, appear to be very playful. He will start moving around as soon as he finds his courage. I'm sure that as you get bigger, you'll be a great mouse hunter, Rudish said to the cat. Max secretly breathed a sigh of relief at her soft expression. She was worried that Rudish's work may have increased. Rudish, however, already seemed to be obsessed with little cats as well. Oh, I named them yesterday. The bee-black one is Roy. The white is Lara, and the gray-striped cat is Aron. She realized as Max spoke that Rudish closed her eyes as if to memorize them, and whispered the names of the cats with a happy look on her face. Under the oak tree. Chapter 125. I'm going to have to show them all how to catch mice. It seems they all like their new family. For them, the chef's standards are exceptionally strong. This morning, I woke up a little early and caught him cooking a special meal for these future rat catchers, Rudish said, pointing to a flat bowl placed on the floor. Inside the round wooden bowl, white fish and milk were finely chopped and mixed like porridge together. Max happily watched the cats eating on a plate while they dined bravely, then she concentrated on reading again. Now, once you are done with this one book, you will have read all the books that Ruth has given you. The training to feel mana is a topic where I didn't make much progress, but thanks to the step-by-step guide, I could understand a little bit about the magic concept and principle, Max told herself. She took out a new piece of parchment from her leather pocket, spread it out, and opened the last page of the book while Laura, the white cat who was snuggling against her stomach, crept out and began to play tricks against her skirt. For a while, she scratched the cat's back while watching the cute scene, and as the cat began to rattle violently, the letters she was reading began to dance in her head and she could no longer comprehend what she was reading. Max glanced at the cat with an embarrassed face. Rudish quickly picked up the cat and put it in its sleeping basket, but the heartbroken cat did not stop crying. I can take the cats out if you want, madam, Rudish suggested. Oh, no. I was just about to go to the library. I'm sorry, but could you take care of them a little bit? Don't worry. They will be calm soon after I feed them some milk. Rudish affectionately stroked the cat, took the pot out and heated the milk in the fireplace. Max gave her a thankful smile before she put a robe over her clothes, took the book and went out. Finally, Max found peace in the library as she entered it after she passed through the cold corridor. As soon as she settled into her seat and began reading, she heard a familiar voice greeting her. "Hello, Madam Calypso. Have you slept all night?" Max, who had a perplexed expression on her face, blushed at the thought of drunkenness last night. "To me mention a lady's mistake and make it this shameful. It's not polite," Max snapped at Ruth. "Which lady in the world drinks half a barrel alone?" Max glared at him with a look of distrust. "Don't lie to me. I couldn't have drunk that much. You only drank half a barrel of ale. When you add the wine, it'll be a lot more. You must be a natural drinker, seeing that you're fine after drinking like that. Even Nerda praised you." "No, it can't be. My head who hurt this morning. You're looking fine." Because I drank her herbal tea. I'm not a drunkard." Max even raised her voice and outright denied it. For a woman, there could be no more embarrassing title than being a drinker, she figured. Fortunately, as if he had no intention of making fun of her anymore, Ruth shook his shoulders and sat down at his desk. "Well, maybe there is a second chance for you to test your capacity for drinking. That chance doesn't exist. I won't drink like that anymore," Max declared. Yes, I understand. You're here to study, right? Please sit down. I'll stop now. How far have you read the book?" For a moment, Max stared at him with discontented eyes, before sitting weakly on her desk. "Now, I have only one book left to read. I don't understand it all, but you've read quite a lot. Tell me what you don't know, and I'll describe it as easily as possible." Max pulled out a prearranged bundle of parchment from her pocket. Ruth picked it up and looked over it. Max noticed that as he read the pages of her notes, he had a satisfied look on his face. "You've been studying hard for days. It's great that you're so motivated. I just wrote down what I didn't understand while reading." As she murmured shyly at his rare praise, Ruth coughed in vain and came back with a stern look again. "Okay, then I'll explain. Listen closely." Max quickly took out her stack of clean parchment, the quill pen and the ink bottle. Looking at her, Ruth smiled and began to explain, and every word he said was written down by Max. With Ruth's monotonous voice and the sound of her pen gliding against paper, they spent a long time inside the library. Max asked the maid to prepare a simple meal and bring it to the library for them, as her study hours grew longer. They sat face to face on the desk when their dinner arrived, eating bread and soup, and exchanging questions and answers. Max held the bread in one hand and ate it bit by bit, while busily taking in Ruth's explanation as the latter talked. With each new learning she had, Ruth became excited from time to time, and when she asked him to repeat the explanations, he explained them again, step by step patiently. He was kind to her unexpectedly, so she did not worry and tried her best to earn his reproach, even though she did not understand the topic all at once. Ruth had a generous attitude, so she felt relaxed and able to ask questions about anything without worrying about being wrong. "It reminds me of when I was on the World Tower," Ruth suddenly muttered with a look of nostalgia on his face. His expression made Max wonder what he was thinking. Under the oak tree. Chapter 126. Max gave him a puzzled look as she handed over the bookcase. "You think I came out because I hated the World Tower, don't you?" He was able to discern her thoughts. "I didn't like the discipline, but I didn't hate it by itself. In fact, there's no other place in the world where hundreds of great wizards can gather to hone their skills like in that place," he said in a faint longing voice. Max's curiosity had been piqued. Nornai was an unknown island with very limited access to outsiders. Only the wizards were allowed to enter and leave the tower, while the merchants from the south and west were busy at the port. To and from knowledge had to go through the proper channels. Without a doubt, this forbidden place exuded a mysterious aura. Countless minstrels had spread songs about the mysterious Nornai all over the continent, fascinated and enchanted by its secrecy. It's no wonder that Lady Calypso was enthralled by the tale of the runaway wizard. Since listening to the tale skillfully sung by singers, she had been lost in strange dreams about the World Tower for a long time. And now that she was in the company of someone best acquainted, she decided to learn everything she could. "Do all wizards study at the World Tower?" Her eyes glimmered with curiosity as she inquired. "What do you mean? Do you want to study magic by yourself at Anatole?" Ruth shook his head as if telling her not to ask stupid questions. "In order to master the magic's properties, you must go into the World Tower and train. However, you don't have to go too far to learn the universal magic you want to learn. Most of the wandering wizards in the mercenary corps are these non-affiliated wizards. Ruth scratched the back of his head as she tilted her head at the unfamiliar words, wondering if he had explained it yet. As mentioned in the introduction to wizardry, mana is wind, water, earth, fire, light and darkness. There are a total of 6 attributes. Mana has these 6 kinds of energy in perfect balance. The very pure mana accumulated in the body by extracting only one attribute is called speed mana, and the advantage of this pure mana is the magic attribute. On the other hand, the universal magic that we want to learn right now is not one attribute of mana, but an attribute of various attributes that we accumulate and use in our body. Wouldn't the various elements be better? I think it's better to collect all the elements in the same amount, he continued. No, the more unstable your mana is, the more powerful it becomes. The mana that is focused on only one attribute has 10 times the power of normal mana. Let's say you have 6 bricks here. Isn't it difficult to spread evenly on the floor? That's for sure. However, you can simply knock them down by stacking bricks. As I said earlier, magic creates these dissonances in nature. It's magic that breaks the balance and affects a well-calculated mess. Max nodded and recalled the explanation of the difference between spell and mana she had heard last time. Spells were against the laws of nature, but mana followed them. In the past, it was thought that if the body's accumulated mana was inclined to a certain trait, the magical power would be greater as well. Ruth revealed the inside of his wrist by rolling up his sleeves. She smiled wide as if she was happy to understand. On the white skin with veins, a small enchantment, drawn in red ink, was inscribed. In order to master the attributes of magic, you need to be awarded this by the World Tower. Me. Through this magic, I'm accumulating pure wind-like mana in my body. Well, I don't think so, Max said, looking down at her wrist with a touch of anticipation. Wouldn't it be easier to learn magic if you engraved it on your body? The only people who can engrave this magic are the senior wizards who live atop the World Tower, and in order for them to be given the attribute magic, they have to live and be educated in the World Tower for at least 4 years. They can't get out of Nornai during that time. Max drooped her shoulders with a disappointed look. Ruth clicked his tongue as though he wanted to laugh as he looked down at the figure. What do these attributes mean for a new chick who has just started studying the theory of magic? You're worried about learning the basics, aren't you? Well, it's just... I only asked one question. Max grumbled, burying her nose into the book, hiding her embarrassed face. Ruth smiled and moved a few books beside Max before rising from his seat to light the fire. The sky was cloudy and a dim shadow hung over the library, despite the fact that it was still early. With tongs, he removed small embers from the furnace and lit them on a candlestick and lamp. Max rubbed her tired eyes and kept reading before rising just in time. It was already evening. Are you going to the dining hall for dinner? When he saw her packed books and parchment, Ruth asked mischievously. Max shook her head. She couldn't face the nights last night because she was too humiliated by her tipsy self. I'm going to eat in my room. I want to stay there rereading all these books. Calm down, Max. You haven't made that big of a mistake. I don't think you've ever seen a real drunkard, much less hear he gibberish they spew. Ruth, who immediately saw through her excuse, spat out. He then went on to suggest. Oh, why don't you take this chance to build friendship with the knights? Everyone seems to think it's funny. Well. I don't want to be funny. Under the oak tree. Chapter 127. Despite the fact she said that, she was tempted inside. He really didn't think badly about her? Suddenly, while in the midst of her musings, she heard the sound of the door opening. As she turned in the direction, she saw Riftan striding into the library without disarming himself. What have you been doing up to this hour? Max was surprised by his question. Ruth replied bluntly as he was checking to see if he was still angry. What are you doing in the library? Riftan frowned and looked around the desk. Next to the messy pile of books were the dishes and trays that were emptied at lunch. He held his forehead and shook his head as if dumbfounded. I heard the maids have been stuck here today. Have you been reading all day? Just as Lord Calypso wields a sword all day, there is a man who reads all day. There was a faint displeasure looming over Riftan's face at the pompous tone. Max hurriedly packed her books, her nerves frayed by the strange environment. She said, I was just about to get up. Riftan quickly picked up the book in her arm. Let's go. I told them to set the table in the room. Don't you eat at the dining hall? Riftan shot a crooked look over his shoulder because of Ruth's question. Everyone is going to be eating at the knight's quarters. I also told the servants to bring me food because I was too busy. What the hell have you done to keep people from coming to the dining hall with only physical strength? Asked Ruth, trembling. Aren't you being so petty about my wife being drunk? Max looked up at Riftan with a surprised face. Was it possible that he harshly criticized the knights for what he saw? Max shook her head, feeling sorry for the knights who had been scolded because of her, but Riftan only snorted. When I saw the jar full of alcohol rise, again and again, I felt he had lost his discipline, so I imposed on him a hard training. You did? Ruth said sarcastically and sighed. Riftan just walked out of the library, holding Max's hand while pretending he didn't hear his comment. Max left a small greeting to Ruth and hurried down the cold corridor with the man. Still. Max was almost running to catch up as he took long strides. But after a while he paused and looked back at her. Max took the opportunity and spoke carefully. Are you still angry? And now? I don't drink alcohol like that. I won't drink tea too much from now on. I can't believe I was so drunk. I didn't know. I'm not mad. Yet. Riftan bluntly spat out and resumed his steps. She walked quietly with him, sometimes sneaking glances at his face every now and then. Contrary to his words, his lips were sternly pursed. He was walking down the hallway silently, but when he entered the stairwell, he spat out. Are you with him every time you stay in the library? What? Max looked up at him in all curiousness at the sudden question, but soon she nodded slowly. Ruth. Most of his tea time seems to be spent in the library. We almost always run into each other. Max decided not to mention that he had left the tower and is now treating the library as his dwelling place. She thought she should at least maintain that level of loyalty. Riftan frowned faintly and asked, You behave like a saint, don't you? He's such a naughty boy, and he often tries to get others into trouble and he's involved in such strange experiments too. It's me who is always bothering him. Hes seems a little strange. I don't really know. He is always teaching me things. Even if it hasn't been long since he arrived. He has been of great assistance to me. Somehow Riftan's mood seemed to worsen at her answer. Max was anxious by the strange tension surrounding him. Did Riftan hate Ruth? It seemed to her that there was a lot of trust between them, even though it didn't seem like it sometimes. Max rolled her eyes, wondering what to do with his look of displeasure. It wasn't until they were near the door to their chambers that Riftan asked, Do you like smart men? At that moment she realized that Riftan was really offended by his wife mingling with another man. He had never been conscious of Ruth in that way, the way he never thought it would be pleasant for a husband. Max jumped up and blew, worried that she might be suspected of chastity. I don't like it. Of course I respect him, but it's not like T that. Ruth says stickler. He's always mean and of course I appreciate his help. T there's nothing. I don't know. I can count on him when you are in trouble, but I mean, he nags a lot. It's like a nanny. Quite nosy. I don't think Riftan should. Max, who was desperately clamoring to plead innocence, shut her mouth. Riftan was staring down at her. She opened and closed her mouth like a carp with her head lowered. Without looking in the mirror, she could tell her face was flushed. Her ears were burning, and she couldn't stand the silence any longer, so she made a gibberish remark. I mean, he's reliable. And he's a good writer. T the K kind of person who's always nice. Why you like it or not? I mean you. Surprised by the thud, Max raised her head. Riftan was slamming his head against the door when he let out a deep sigh, leaning against his forehead. How much weirder should I make myself feel here? What? Riftan glared at her with slitted eyes, grabbed her hand and pushed open the door. Max was led into the room by his arm and he closed the door behind him. He then lifted her up and pushed her against the wall. Under the oak tree. Chapter 128. Max opened her mouth in shock. Without skipping a beat, Riftan kissed her lips and slipped his tongue in. Max squeezed his thick, hard arms. His soft tongue swept inside her mouth, touching everywhere it could reach. The soft hairs on the back of her neck fluffed up one by one. His kiss was savage and unpredictable. Note, in Korean, the mouth is described as rough, but it means the kissing part was very passionate. Her breasts ached as their kiss deepened, the sensual movement inside her mouth gently sweeping over her teeth, her tongue, and the inside of her cheeks. She gasped and clung to his body, trembling. Huh? She groaned as if she were suffering from fever, and her body became hot from the pleasure, as goosebumps rose from her skin. She wrapped her arms around his neck, and at that moment, when she looked over his shoulder, she saw the maids widen their eyes. Max stared at them blankly as her heart stopped. The three maids stood solid as stones, forgetting their task of setting the table. Their arms were still outreached as if they were still setting up plates and lighting the candlesticks. Max screamed and pounded Riftan's back with her weak fist, hiding her face near his neck. He glanced back and moved out of the doorway, holding Max in one arm. He said calmly with no expression, "Leave when you're done." Max felt like she would die from shame. The maids moved slowly for a second, as if awakening from a trance from watching where their lady and lord's faces met. The maids opened the door and went outside, saying goodbye with a polite expression. Well, have a good time." They even took the kittens sleeping in their basket in case they would disturb them. Riftan could care less about the maids' red faces. It was hard to determine if Max's face was redder than theirs. He closed the door and began to kiss Max again, but she cried out and pushed him away in disbelief. Now, did you see how the maids looked?" "What then? They're maids. You don't have worry about it." Riftan removed her arm, annoyed that it kept her body away from his, and continued to pour a small kiss over the nape of her neck. Even though Max was heavy with embarrassment, she still enjoyed his touch. Yet she held a hand over his mouth and leaned her head back. "Riftan, you are staying in the castle for only short amounts of time. But I am always with them every day. You spend the most time with Ruth." Max's shoulders tensed at the level in his voice. He closed the gap between their faces until she could not see his terrifying, soft smile. His black eyes shone like a savage beast's that thrilled her. Max gulped dryly. That is. No. I spend the longest times with the maids." "Really? Note, I'm standing him so hard, RN. Yes. Anyway, don't you think it's unfair that I, your husband, spend the least time with you?" It's not my fault. And not yours." Riftan often left the castle. As a lord and knight, Max knew that Riftan had many responsibilities. Nonetheless, she could not stop her tongue from accusing him. He noticed that she was upset. Riftan sighed and set her on the table. "I know. I just meant since we don't have much time together, don't mind other people when I am with you." He pulled a chair next to her and sat down, taking her hands and grazing his lips over them. She could no longer blame him when she saw his sincerity, as he gazed at her intensely. Max nodded her head up and down like a fool, her face still pink. A smile crept on his lips as he pressed her fingers, and when he laughed, she softly laughed along with him. During the winter, Riftan stayed in the castle for longer periods of time. He went to the training grounds in the early morning and led knights regularly around the castle walls to subdue monsters. No matter his schedule, he made time to have dinner with his lady when dusk started to fade. It was more peaceful time compared to the last autumn. During the day, Max read the books Ruth left her trained to feel mana while holding a gemstone. In the evenings, her maids helped her dress beautifully and set the table for her sweet and relaxing meals with Riftan. These were the moments when Max came to know her husband naturally. The first thing Max noticed was that Riftan had a simple taste in clothes. When he wasn't armed, Riftan preferred monotone, unpatterned clothing, and refrained from wearing brooches or jeweled belts. He detested luxuries on him and other men. His lip would curl at the sight of tight-fitting silk pants worn by mannequins, or the other latest fashions, such as ornate tunics that dragged on the floor, clothes with padded shoulders, shoes with pointed toes, or hats adorned with feathers. When a seamstress team once came to the castle, the seamstress blatantly told Max that Riftan would wear whatever his wife would give him. With a horrified look, Max hid the feathered hat she was gifted by the seamstress for her husband. Riftan valued practical clothes and tools, and hated having items without worth. He preferred sturdy, active attire that only supported his training and was not over-demanding of his servants. Although he enjoyed alcohol and greasy food, he never complained when anything he craved was limited or unavailable, and never requested meals that were difficult to make, as common noblemen did. He was raised as a knight, and all he pursued for himself and his castle was efficiency. However, his frugal taste did not apply to his wife. He sought out beautiful clothes and fabrics to dress her. Frequently, he pressured her to wear jewels he would buy on a whim and ordered the maids constantly to treat their mistress well. Max came to believe that Riftan felt obligated, almost to the point of obsession, to give her the luxurious lifestyle that a duke's daughter deserved. He had a surprisingly complex mindset. While he viewed the vanity and whimsy of nobles with contempt, he saw the aristocratic lifestyle as a birthright to his wife. Showing off her status was very important to him. Envy and contempt for aristocratic society coexisted within him. Though she couldn't understand it all, Max dressed extravagantly to meet his expectations, and tried to imitate her younger sister's sophisticated and elegant mannerisms in her clumsy way. Fortunately, Riftan did not see her struggles when she was not herself, yet Max always fretted when he would find out when she was pretending. When she was at her desk studying the basic theory of geometry, Max suddenly widened her eyes at the thought. When spring came, nobles would visit on the toll. When the eclipses would host them, Riftan would be able to compare the truly elegant noble ladies and his wife. Max tapped the desk with her fingertips and wondered if she should study etiquette for young ladies. She had no experience attending large banquets. She cringed at embarrassment from even the thought of hosting a ball. "You seem focused." Ruth, who was sitting across the room, said sternly, cracking his knuckles and rolling his eyes with sarcasm. His gaze was still on the brass kettle he was making tea with over the furnace. Max gazed at him in reproach for talking to her rudely, but the magician didn't care. "If you've finished that book, your study on basic theory is over. Please make sure you understand it thoroughly. In order to learn any magic formulas, it is necessary to understand the basics. I am working hard today. I'm just a little tired." When the kettle whistled, Ruth made a sweet tea of honey, ginger, and other herbs and set a cup on her desk. "My lady, please have refreshments." Thanks." Ruth smiled softly at Max, faking sincerity as he bowed. Max rolled her eyes at his sarcastic attitude. Since Riftan seemed to detest Max and Ruth being alone together, Max only came to the library with her mates. However, the mates noticed that they made the wizard uncomfortable. To retaliate, Ruth often addressed Max politely, stressing that he should treat her well as the lady of the house in front of spying eyes. Max knew he didn't like being disturbed by the maids, but she ignored his unrest. "You're training on sensing mana, is it going well?" Yes? "No, not yet." Max shook her head while holding her teacup with both hands. Ruth took a sip of his steaming tea before narrowing his eyes, giving serious thought. "You're gifted with a high mana absorption rate. I thought teaching you would be a lot easier, but results will take more time." "I see. I have a high absorption rate? Last time, you saw my powers enter into your palms. This means you have a high affinity to absorbing magic. Usually, it takes apprentices years of effort from a young age to absorb magic that quickly." In a passage he read, Max remembered reading that mana was received into the body through what magicians called mariac. Although the tube was invisible and seemed non-existent, there were only certain entrances where mana could enter the body. How do you usually develop this mariac? The magician injects magic into his student's body periodically. As a child, I was constantly exposed to magic. Therefore, my mariac has widened well for absorbing mana. Max nodded in quiet understanding until her complexion hardened. Was she used to mana because the healers had repeatedly healed her after her father's beatings? She had also been constantly exposed to magic. Max stared at his palms. She could not believe that something good could have come out of her father's cruel discipline. "You don't have to be nervous. With practice, you'll get better at absorbing mana little by little." After seeing her face occupied with dark thoughts, Ruth had tried to comfort her. Max tried to smile and tried to focus on the present. Did it matter how she became gifted to use magic? She made up her mind to study the basic theory again to practice well. Max turned her head when the door opened loudly, making the bookshelves tremble. Under the oak tree. Chapter 129. Riftan had appeared again as usual. He had been coming to the library frequently to find Max, which made Ruth sigh in frustration this time. "Don't tell me you'd finished training already?" Ruth told Riftan. "Training in cold weather drains strength. The guards need a breather for today to recover properly." Riftan responded dryly to the question, approaching Max from behind and bowing his head closer to hers. Max's cheeks colored as the texture of his cold lips touched her forehead. He gently rubbed her hair and whispered, "Have you been stuck here since this morning?" In the morning, I stopped by the St stables." Riftan appeared dissatisfied. He frowned and grumbled. "Don't you spend longer here than in bed with me?" No. About the same." Since Riftan's return to the castle, he spent much longer in the bedroom. Max's face turned red, recalling how much time she spent in his arms almost every night. Riftan groaned near her and hugged her shoulders tightly with both arms. "Don't you think I'm good enough?" Can you please be intimate when you two are alone? Where I can't see you. Ruth said, bored. Just look away, Riftan said. Why don't you go back to your room? To make me more comfortable. This atmosphere is too much for me. Ruth told Max. Max couldn't lift her head. She clasped her fiery hot face. Riftan clicked his tongue and pulled on Max's arm. Good. Let's go to our room. Hold on to me. Riftan. Max tightly gripped the edge of the desk. She was too ashamed at this point to go their bedroom. To today. The tasks you had to do today. Have you finished? I left my patrol duties to another night. Why aren't you getting up now? Riftan was impatient and tugged on her arm again, but Max held the desk more tightly. While she enjoyed her time with Riftan, it was too embarrassing to stay in bed during broad daylight. What if the servants gossiped badly about them? She closed her eyes and moved her eyeballs back and forth in embarrassment, waving an arm at the stacked books near her. Aha. I haven't finished reading. Read later. Today, I plan to read these. Riftan scrunched his eyebrows together in dissatisfaction. What the hell are you so obsessed with? He took a book from the stack on her task and looked it over. The pages were filled with all sorts of intricate figures and ancient words. He looked at Max again and frowned. What is this? Are you trying to learn magic? Didn't you know? Ruth said. She's been learning magic from me for weeks. Riftan, who was still rifling through the pages, stopped and raised his head, his eyes flashing. What? At Riftan's reaction, Ruth glanced at Max, confused. Hasn't she told you yet? Your wife may have a talent for magic, so I'm teaching her little by little. Who wants her to? Riftan shouted fiercely, throwing the book away wildly. Max trembled. She didn't know if she would have had permission, so she hadn't asked, but she thought he would be happy if he knew she was learning magic for him. Having wizards at hand are an incredible resource. Ruth countered. Moreover, recently, there's been a decline in wizards, which means less people to take on apprentices. Riftan was still upset. He lashed out, blaming Ruth. This all started when I went to take out those damn goblins. Ruth didn't know how to react and responded, slightly ashamed. I don't mean to teach her offense magic. But wouldn't it be a great asset to Anatole if your wife could do simple defense or healing magic? I don't need the help. Riftan burst. Max grasped fabric on her knees tightly. When Riftan saw her face turn white and scared, he swore and squeezed her shoulder, trying to calm himself. I didn't bring you here to use you. I just want you to be comfortable. Magic is hard work and consumes a lot of strength. No, not trying to do something dangerous. I just wanted to be helpful. I'm saying I don't need it. Max looked at him in shock. Riftan hesitated and touched her face, his tone impatient. Don't look sad. I'm not mad at you. You. He couldn't find the words to explain and bit his lips. A strange silence fell upon the library. Riftan continued to shift his gaze between Max's discouraged face and Ruth's disapproval. He swept his hair with one hand roughly. A cold look passed over his face. Do whatever you like. He turned away and left the library. Max watched his back hopelessly. Riftan didn't come back until dark. Max wandered the room anxiously, looking out the window constantly for him. According to Rodrigo, Riftan wasn't armed and had taken his horse to leave the castle. Max felt like the blood was drying in her veins. The three cats, who had been sleeping comfortably near the fireplace, came out from under the bed and cried and groaned, as if expressing her feelings for her. She took one cat on her lap, petting it, then lied down on the bed and quietly closed her eyes. She couldn't understand what had made Riftan so angry. Was he upset that she hadn't told him she was learning magic? She should have asked his permission before she had started. She bit her nails nervously, lost in thought when she heard a rattling sound. She hastily closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. She could tell by the footsteps who was coming. Max didn't have the courage to see Riftan in the face. Riftan approached her silently and carefully pushed the cats off the bed back into their basket. She listened, wanting to know his mood. Riftan placed the basket near the lit fireplace, took off his cloak, and hung it off to the side. He sat down on the bed to take off his boots. Max waited for him to lie next to her. He didn't move and just sat for a long time. Feeling rejected, Max buried her face deep into her pillow. He didn't want to lie next to her, it seemed. She had disappointed him. She had just wanted to support him. Was she too incompetent to be trusted? She bit her lips. He had said so firmly that he didn't need her help. His words had struck her painfully. She curled her back to hide the hurt on her face. At that moment, a rough finger gently touched her cheek. Max held her breath. Riftan gently cupped her cheeks and pulled a few strands of her hair away. Even without opening her eyes, she could feel his intense gaze on her, as if her face was right next to the fireplace. He continued to sweep her hair away and took her fingertips to his lips. Max automatically shuddered from his touch. Did it seem like she was rejecting him? Riftan flinched and slowly returned her hand to her side and began to move away. Max hurriedly grasped his hand. Riftan. But after holding on to him, she didn't know what to say. Max looked at him cautiously. Did he know she was only pretending to be asleep? He didn't seem surprised she was awake. Underneath his fringed hair, his eyes, dark as ink, looked at her without expression. She shriveled at his look. Maybe he was angry at her. She was terrified. I'm sorry. I've done wrong, she said recklessly, although she did not know exactly what she was apologizing for. Riftan drew in a short breath and hugged her. Don't apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. I just. Cold fingers penetrated her hair and touched her scalp, wrapping themselves around her small head. Max exhaled as Riftan buried his nose in her chest. Her shoulders trembled. Riftan rubbed her back and said irately. Don't act so scared all the time if you can learn magic. No. I'm not scared. Really. Don't lie. You're trembling. Damn it. I barely made you laugh. Now we're starting all over. No. I'm not afraid. Max trembled and bit her lip. She was relieved that he was being affectionate again, but could hear the sadness in his voice. She grabbed the hem of his sleeve as Riftan held his forehead grudgingly. I don't need to learn. She felt Riftan's arm wriggling underneath his sleeve. He shook his head vigorously. You don't get it, he said. Is Mumihi helping you a nuisance? It's not like that. I want to do something for you. I wish to do this. Even if you don't do anything. Riftan said violently. He sighed in agony and swallowed before kissing her lips hungrily. Max pressed against his face, his hard chin shaking under her hand. A small line of saliva dripped over his thick neck. Riftan pushed his tongue into her mouth and tasted her slowly, tenaciously. Under the oak tree. Chapter 130. Max trembled faintly as she felt Riftan's knee pushing into her skirt. He groaned, gently sucking her wet lips. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Please, don't look like that. Max choked by a pleading voice. Riftan. Why you got angry all of a sudden? I'm sorry. I won't do that again. As if soothing a small animal trembling with fear, Riftan stroked her back constantly with his big hands. The large, rough palms felt over Max's thin clothes gradually relieved the tension from the body. Max buried her face in his neck. She could feel a faint shiver running over Riftan's body. Maxie. Your body is cold. You've been outside. I'm just trying to cool my head off for a second. As Max touched his chest, Riftan's voice faded like a dying candle. Max blushed as she felt her body touching his thighs harden with excitement. She was worried that she might being too bold, but he didn't seem to hate it, so she rubbed her nose into his chest. Because you're mad at me? I'm not mad at you. Riftan's voice shook unsteadily. Max hesitated and stroked it over the hem of his clothes. His face hardened with passion. Max felt a fever rising to the top of her head. The desire to make him more muddle soared. Max tucked her hand under his tunic and swept the slim waist covered with fine muscles. Riftan breathed in as if he had been kicked in the abdomen. Maxie. Ignoring his voice, Max felt her fingertips in the cracks of his abdomen. She could feel his strong stomach stiffening like a stone. It was fascinating, so she pressed her fingertips to see his reaction, and she held her fingers near his navel. A suppressed groan flowed out of Riftan's mouth. Now, do you know what you're doing? Max glanced up at his face distorted by desire. Riftan's forehead was deeply wrinkled, and his mouth was tense. Max raised her head and kissed him slightly at the side of his mouth. Then the Riftan stiffened and deepened the kiss. He groaned at the smoothing touch, as she pulled the hem of his clothes. Riftan grabbed her hand wandering around his stomach and let it down. The heat in the palm of her hand made his ears red. He gasped breathlessly, pushing his body explicitly against her palm. A splitting groan ran a numb feeling behind her ear. Max hesitated and stroked his body. When she brushes her hand on his manliness, Riftan's jaw trembles. The appearance was incredibly fascinating. The man who always drove her crazy is shaking weakly like a wounded animal in her grasp. You're in pain? Yeah. I'm dying. Riftan hugged her shoulder and murmured something. Max plucked up her courage and untied his waistband. Unstable breathing poured over his shoulder, but there was no sign of Riftan dissuading. After hesitation, Max moved her hand as carefully as he did when he touched her. It was so smooth and hot that she couldn't think of it as a place that bothered her so viciously. Maxie. Riftan shivered and held her shoulders tightly. Max looked at his face, blurred with enthusiasm. She could feel his body wriggling strangely with longing and breathing hot. Her eyes tingled because of the thought that she had come too far to handle. When she was just thinking at what else she could do, he gave her a rush. Maxie. Just a little bit more. Oh, what should I do? Riftan pressed his forehead against the back of his hand like a dizzy person in front of her, and pulled her hands down to his manliness, completely surrounding it. Slowly up and down. Yeah, well, like that. H. Riftan's face was completely red with excitement. Looking at his black eyes moistened by the heat, Max slowly touched his body. Her heartbeat is painfully fast. Max's body wriggling underneath the rolled-up clothes, red cheeks, intermittent trembling breaths, it was all too shallow and fascinating to handle. Max forgot her shame and kissed him on his neck and moved her hand a little faster. As if he had reached the limit of his patience after short breaths, she hurriedly removed her hands and settled between his legs. Max willingly opened herself up for him. At once, Riftan rolled up to his waist and his body pushed heavily in. I felt a thin shiver in contact with the body. Max exhaled an overwhelming breath. The heavy weight made it hard to breathe. Perhaps she felt that she was not prepared enough, but he slowly moved backwards. Max is relieved from the pressure, but for a moment, his body moves back in. Max held his arm tightly and her thighs trembled. It's hot, as if hugging a ball of fire. Riftan. The muscles around his eyes were shaking. The sweat drops on the forehead, down to his long eyelashes. A man who ran up the stairs without sweating a drop, and a man who did not lose his breath even after running on a horse without resting on a long road, is in this state because of her. A strange sense of satisfaction, which can be called evil, swelled inside her. From time to time, the wicked woman who wakes up from her inner self that greedily pokes her violently. Max pulled her body close with tears. Then he starts to move violently, pressing her whole body with a sound of affliction. The pleasure is melting her. Max scratched his slippery back with her fingertips with a slight groan. Sweaty clothes cling unpleasantly to the skin, and the body in contact shakes viciously like a drum. She seemed to have a terrible fever. She wiggled her back to get a more intense sense. Riftan was almost half out of his mind, more than Max. It was unbearably good. Max likes when he's muddled, it is good to fret. With a vicious need rising through her throat, she bit him on the shoulder. Riftan trembled and pulled her neck to take a fierce grip on her lips. It was a kiss as if Riftan was anxious to eat it. Maxie. Max gasped, rubbing her tongue roughly against him. Thick beads of sweat gather between the folded eyebrows. Max couldn't understand the traces of anguish on his face. Max is the one who's nervous, but why do Riftan look like that as if he is sad? She's afraid that he might turn cold one day. How much crazier do you think you're going to make me? Riftan mumbled resentfully and thrust deep enough to hurt. He fills her stomach like he doesn't get enough even though she's thoroughly full. Max could no longer understand what he said. Only the sharp pleasure of thrusting the inside flows through her brain. Max clasped her toes and wrapped her legs around his waist. Riftan shakes his body and intertwines their wet tongue. Max felt a faint taste of blood in her mouth, but she didn't care. Max closed her eyes dimly. Max felt her thighs opened and something cool came between her legs. Max flinched and opened her eyes, gave a trembling sigh when she saw his masculine face showing a clear outline even in the dark. Riftan was wiping her off with a wet towel. The sensation of cooling the skin gave her a languid groan. It's still dawn. Don't get up. He gently wiped the water out with a dry cloth and covered her back with a blanket. Only then did she realize that he was well prepared to go out. He swept her hair from her forehead. Max looked up at him with a look of still languidness. Riftan had a grave face as always, as if nothing had happened. The appearance felt mysterious that Riftan seemed so intact even after such intense experience. Unnervingly anxious, she hurriedly pulled herself up. I must get up, too. I'm telling you to sleep more. With a rather coercive voice, she looked up at him with an uneasy look. Riftan had a bitter smile around his mouth. I said you can do whatever you wanted. Don't make that face. But. I don't understand why you're trying to learn magic for nothing, but... Max shrugged her shoulders with a rather dry voice. He didn't seem to be taking what she said, that she wanted to be helpful. Riftan continued calmly, tying the straps of his boots tightly. It wouldn't hurt to learn a defense spell. Of course, you'll never make a situation where you must use it yourself. Max was about to say that she wasn't trying to protect herself, she was trying to learn magic because she wanted to help Riftan. Max feels she didn't have any credibility at all. In a way, it was natural that Riftan did not expect her to be a good wizard and be a reliable helper. He's only seen her trembling with fear. Max nodded, trying to hide her disappointment at his appearance as if he were soothing a child in a group. It is fortunate that the permission has been given. Obviously, if she builds up her skills and shows her dignity, Riftan will change his attitude. She has no choice but to try it for now. Max comforted herself like that and uttered in a calm voice. For the permission. Thank you. Riftan had a subtle look on his face, neither smiling nor frowning, and kissed her on the forehead and got up. If Ruth tries to involve you in a strange experiment, tell him immediately. I'll be fine. I guess I'll tell him. Be serious, teach me. The words she tried to reassure him somehow made Riftan smile. Max was nervous, wondering if she made another slip of the tongue. However, Riftan opened the door without saying anything and left. Max lay on the bed and listened quietly to Riftan's distant footsteps. The window was dimly lit by the blue light of dawn. Looking at it for a moment, she sighed and covered the sheet to the top of her head. A strange feeling of exhaustion came upon her. She closed her tired eyes. Under the oak tree. Chapter 131. After that day, Riftan made no comment on her learning magic. In addition, he stopped visiting the library from time to time. However, Max felt uneasy about the change in his attitude. Riftan appeared to be attempting to ignore the fact that she was learning magic. She didn't understand why he didn't like it so much, but Max was optimistic that he would naturally change his attitude if she could do even one magic that is useful. That's why no monarch in the world would not welcome the increase in the number of wizards under his command. Even the royal princess worked hard as a wizard and was recognized for her talent. Even if she is not as great wizard as the Princess Agnes, if she can do the magic of healing properly, she will surely be able to help Anatole a lot. Then Riftan will recognize her. Max nervously turned over the pages with wrinkled brows. She wanted to learn magic as soon as possible, but she felt impatient because there was little progress in studying. Ruth, who was sitting across from him and recording something on the map, suddenly opened his mouth. Max looked at him with a dutiful look at him. Does he have an eye at the top of his head? The wizard immediately noticed and warned her in this way, even if her concentration was a little distracted. She grumbled with discontent, putting her hair flowing down her forehead behind her ears. Max shut her mouth when he pointed out where she was lacking. As he said, she had not yet been able to gather enough mana. Rather than gathering mana, she was struggling even in training to detect mana. In what time will I be able to do magic? Max drooped her shoulders in a mood that seemed to wear out her confidence. Ruth narrowed his eyes, fiddling with the git pen as if he was lost in thought. Max gave an anticipated look that he might find a solution. Ruth opened his mouth after a long time. Sounds like a lame suggestion, Max squinted. At his words, Max turned his head and stared out the window. A pale winter sky unfolded over the mahogany window frame, which is jolting in the wind. Max had an unwilling look on her face in the chilly skylight that made her feel creepy just by looking at it. Ruth was more stuck in the library than she was. At least Max toured the castle once a day to supervise the servants, while he was really stuck in the library all day. He doesn't know if he even walks 20 steps a day. As she narrowed her eyes looking at his slender limbs, Ruth frowned and defensively crossed his arms against his chest. He squeezed the back of his neck and yawned until his mouth was torn. Only then did Max look sorry when she found the black shade under Ruth's eyes. Because she was anxious to learn magic, she couldn't check his situation. She shuddered as if he was horrible just imagining it. Max felt uneasy again about the exaggerated response. As expected, Riftan seemed to be displeased with her learning magic with others. She became depressed for nothing and felt awkward, but Ruth continued with a lighter tone. She no longer said anything and picked up the magic book she was studying. Ruth, who sat a little away and was sewing quietly, followed, and picked up his luggage. Max glanced back at him as he walked to the door with his maid. Ruth shook his hand dryly. Max grumbled out of the library. Rudish followed and quickly put a cape around her shoulder. When she spoke more strongly, Rudish took the book and bowed her head as if there was no other choice. Max turned quickly and walked out of the hallway. Bright sunlight was pouring in on the wide stairs with red rugs. She gazed up at the white shining window with her squinted eyes as she ran down the stairs. The castle was several times colder than usual, perhaps because of the ventilation. Max turned to the kitchen because she thought she would enjoy the heat of the fireplace. It will be less cold if she sits in front of the fire, warm her body, and go outside. Curled up to her knees, she walked past the hall with quick steps. However, when she stepped into the heated kitchen, the idea of resting for a while and leaving faded. Max stood at the entrance and looked through the crowded kitchen. Usually, double servants were working frantically, grooming food ingredients, setting fires, and moving water bottles from place to place. Two red-faced boys received a loud roar from the chef who pulled out a brown bread the size of a pumpkin from the oven with a large flipper. At the opposite table, 8 maids sat around the table, filling the white dough with minced onions, chopped sausages, and various spices to form a small half-moon-shaped pie, while they piled up the bread on a clean wood block. 5 pots were boiling inside the fireplace, and the servants continued to make meat on the charcoal fire, make turnip salad, boil potatoes and eggs, and fill it with a large wooden bowl. As the mealtime approached, the kitchen was always hectic, but today, the kitchen seemed to be busier than usual. Looking at the chef with a half-sick face, Max sneaked up to the chef and asked. Then the chef bent down hurriedly as if he had noticed her existence. Max waved his hand in the sense that she was okay. The chef, who had a bright smile on his wide face, pulled out a crispy fried pie from the oil cooker with a loud noise. Then he quickly looked back at her with a sorry look, spraying cinnamon powder and molasses syrup on top of it. In a hectic time, Max went straight out through the back door because she didn't want to bother him while they're busy. In the open garden, 5 or 6 workers took axes and split firewood into small pieces and piled them up on carts. They took off their hats and bowed their heads. Then Max waved one hand to respond and began walking straight down the promenade. As she walked a little from the great hall, a calm air surrounded her. Max looked around, raised her head, and inhaled deeply into her nose. The pale sunlight of winter was pouring through the branches of the trees. The wind was so cool that her skin was sore, but the day was rarely sunny. After only smelling the quizzical wood in the gloomy library for a while, she enjoyed the chilly winter air and felt refreshed. Under the oak tree. Chapter 132. I didn't feel like it, but I'm glad I came out. She was buried in a book every day, so she stopped practicing horseback riding with Rem for a while. Believing it was a good idea to follow Ruth's suggestion, she slowly moved towards the location. Usually, at this time of the day, the chanting of the night apprentices is heard, but seeing the quietness, all the boys seemed to have participated in the cavalry training. Max stood in a sunny place, relieved that she could participate in the training without worrying about encountering others. Will it be a little different this time? She rummaged through her pocket and pulled out a monostone. The surface seemed to shine transparently under the bright sunlight. Max was rolling the monostone around with her fingertips and grabbed it tightly with her palm. There was no change, either way, as they were waiting for the heat to flow on the surface of the monostone with her eyes closed. Max repeatedly looked up at the sky with a sigh. Maybe I'm not talented. Ruth may have been mistaken. She may not have had the qualities of a wizard in the first place. Suddenly, she was so irritated that she kicked the floor violently. It was a waste to study books that were difficult to understand, and to do nothing was pathetic. Max tried to throw the monostone on the floor, but managed to restrain herself and squat down helplessly. From afar, she could hear blacksmiths knocking on the iron. She could hear firewood being pounded. Max was deeply depressed because she felt like she was the only one who was stuck in a dynamic group. Max buried her face sullenly on her lap. At that moment, a sharp voice came from behind. "What are you doing here?" Max looked back in surprise. 3 or 4 steps away, Riftan stood tall in armor as if he had just finished training. How could he come so close in such a costume without a sound? She was blinking her eyes in surprise, and Riftan came in front of her. "Are you sick or something?" "Oh, no. Well, just relax." Max hurriedly got up from her seat, embarrassed. Then Riftan frowned. "When I went to the Great Hall, they said you went out without an attendant. Why are you alone out here without a maid?" Just to get some fresh air," Max said. "I think I'll get even angrier if you come out for magic training." Then, Riftan's face hardens. "A castle isn't absolutely safe. If you're in a distant place like this and have an accident." Max shrugged her shoulders at the increasingly harsh voice. When he saw it, Riftan immediately stopped talking. At first glance, he looked nervous on his face. This is a castle where hundreds of people stay. Some of them might have a bad heart. Don't you know that Lord's wife shouldn't be alone in such a deserted place? I'm sorry. Max answered back obediently, not being able to say the right words. Then, Riftan's stiff mouth was loosened a little smoothly. He pulled her arm, sweeping her hair out of the wind with one hand. Don't worry me too much. Then he starts to walk one step ahead. Max followed him in a sullen manner, like a dog getting scolded. Is he angry? He was walking a little faster, one step ahead of her, unlike usual. Max, who glanced at the blunt side of the face, suddenly realized that Riftan was moving in the opposite direction of the road to the entrance of the Great Hall. Are you going to the castle or not? I heard you came out to get some fresh air. He replied bluntly and moved straight to the stable. I said I'd take you to the lake the other day. It's a sunny day, so let's go outside to get some fresh air. A welcome smile on the words, and Max looked worried as he looked over him in his armor. Oh, I heard you had a hard training today. Wouldn't it be nice to take a break? Hey, you still don't know how strong I am? I'm a man who can march 3 days and nights without a break. Riftan shook his head as if he were amazing and went into the stable. Max secretly blushed as she recalled his passion until dawn. Clearly, Riftan's physical strength was phenomenal. Fanning her face, she followed him into the somber stable, and the workers who swept the floor rushed to bow. My lord, you're here. Riftan gestured roughly to the servants, then walked straight to Talon's compartment and put up the saddle by himself. She walked to the place where Rem was. As she approached, a mare sticking her head out was pleased, stamping her feet. Max made a sorry face and caressed the horse by the neck. Well, how are you? Rem rumbled and rubbed her nose against her shoulder. She smiled and soothed Rem's rich mane. Kunal, who was entering the stable with a straw band on his shoulder, quickly ran to see it. Good morning, my lady. I think you two are going out together. We're going to the lake. Do you want me to saddle you up? As she nodded, the stableman quickly put a saddle on Rem's back. Max was handed a rein and led Rem out of the stable. Riftan, who was outside, grabbed her and sat her on the horse. The wind is cold, so don't go too fast today. Then he jumped onto Talon and drove ahead towards the rear gate. Max looked as excited as she chased after him. The other day, she remembered riding a horse to the hill with him, and my heart was pounding hard. Max rode the horse cheerfully, feeling his depressed mood clearing up. The lake, where is it? It's just a little west along this road. Earlier, Riftan, who stepped out of the gate, pointed to a winding forest path. The narrow road, which is lined with bare trees from side to side, seemed difficult to ride a horse. Max hesitated a little, then carefully drove the Rem onto the bumpy road, where the roots of the trees were intertwined. Whether her riding practice has been fruitful, she was able to stay stable. Riftan smiled at the sight. You've become much better than before. I've been practicing. I'm proud you, of course. Max blushed at the praise he would give to the little boy. Riftan carefully watched how many times she was following her well and soon became relieved, speeding up a little bit. She clung to his horse's tail and ran out of the narrow road. How long would it have gone so far? The road got wider and wider, and soon a huge silver-lit lake appeared. Max looked down the open hill and exclaimed. A reddish-brown peak and a blue sky were clearly reflected on the mirror-like round lake. Around the water, pines pointed like spears rose densely like fences, and the dense branches were thickly covered with pine needles that looked black. Max smiled happily at the place she hadn't seen in a long time. Winter birds and wild animals that came to drink water between the trees were seen at first glance. As Riftan dragged his horse close to the surface, the stag, which was poking his head out from behind the bushes, ran away like the wind. Surprised by the sound, birds flapped up and the forest became noisy for a moment. I thought the water might have frozen, but it's fine. He kicked Talon's waist lightly and approached the lake. Max chased and asked in a surprised tone. This big lake. Oh, it's freezing? In the north, even a bigger lake freezes in winter. You can walk through it. At Riftan's words, Max opened her eyes wide as if she could not believe it. All she saw was a thin layer of ice on a bucket of water outside in the cold winter. She couldn't imagine that a lake this big could freeze and walk on it. She glared suspiciously at him, wondering if he was making fun of her who didn't know the world. How can I walk on a lake? The ice could break and fall into the water. Some people actually fall to death while crossing. Riftan replied as if he were telling a trivial fact. Max frowned and shook her head in a ridiculous way. Well, then if you go up there, oh, you can't. If you make sure the ice is thick enough to support your weight, it's no problem if you move. It's much colder in the north than here, so ice doesn't break unless there's a big animal like hydran underneath it. Max opened her eyes wide at the words that seemed to have experience. Sir Riftan, did you walk on the lake? Not a lake, but I've crossed something like that. When I was a mercenary, I used to do a magic in Balto, and I walked for 3 days on a giant frozen glacier to pass through the Trinoa Plateau. What's Rain Glacier? A chunk of ice bigger than that mountain. Over and over again, Max had a dim look on her face. How many things has he experienced in his 28 years of life? The most ferocious and powerful demon on the whole continent, the Red Dragon, has gone through the ice bigger than the mountains. It was unimaginable for Max, who had lived her entire life in her father's castle and moved to Anatole, which was all she had experienced in her life. How colorful and magnificent the world is perceived by Riftan. He felt like a completely different person compared to her, who was struggling with organizing the House of Calypso and learning a healing magic. Riftan, all 7 countries. Have you been there? I've never been to Rx and Suiken. When I joined the mercenaries, I moved to Rivadon and spent about 2 years there. I was commissioned to work at random, and I ended up going up to Balto. I made a lot of money there, but I came down to Osiria because I thought it was not a place to live. I stayed in the capital of Osiria for about a month or 3 to attend a swordsmanship competition hosted by the Central Temple, and I was offered to join the knights. He tilted his head slightly as if he were reminiscing about the past and calmly recited his history calmly. After returning home and being formally knighted, I spent most of my time in Anatole and Dristan. Under the oak tree. Chapter 133. Dristan, what about Dristan? Max asked. Because of the conflict between the Duke of Gua and the southern part of Dristan, Riftan replied. The city of Gua was located at the southeasternmost point of Whedon, and covered extensively as far as Dristan. As a result, there were frequent military disputes with Dristan in the eastern part of the duchy, where knights were frequently dispatched from the Whedon royal family and from the central temple of Osiria to mediate them. The move was aimed at preventing disputes from escalating and shaking the 7-nation peace treaty. Was Riftan one of them? Gua is a conflict state. So you have frequently visit to arbitrate. She suddenly felt Riftan's strange gaze when she tried to combine the story she picked up when she was young in her head. Max looked at him with a curious look. Why? No. I wonder if I've been there so often. Well, at least 2 months. Sometimes once a month. Didn't you visit? Riftan, who was staring at her, turned his head again, thinking it was like that. Max glanced at his expression just in case she made a slip of the tongue. When he was in silence alone, Riftan seemed to be alone in a distant place. Why doesn't he tell me everything he thinks about? Maybe being with me is boring. She was anxious because he looked away for a moment, and suddenly something cold fell on the nose bridge. Max rubbed his nose with one hand in surprise. Water droplets were formed. It was so sunny just a while ago, but is it going to rain in winter? Max, who raised her head frowning, opened her eyes wide the next minute. Fluffy things were falling from the white faded sky. It's a nice day, and it's going to snow. She heard Riftan kicking his tongue. Max looked back at him with a puzzled look. Is this snow? Is this your first time seeing snow? I've seen sleet falling, but this, like this close, I've never seen this before. She stared blankly at the snowflakes that were slowly falling like pebbles and extended her hand forward. Riftan frowned at the sight. Straighten up. What if you fall off the horse? It's okay. My lord, I'm paying attention. Max answered and held the snowflake in her palm. The unpleasant thing melted away as soon as it reached the skin and became a small drop of water. How on earth does a dandelion seed-like thing become a droplet? She looked down at her wet palm with a curious glance and kicked Rem lightly around the waist and began to run around in the fluttering snow. Rem was also excited and hopped his feet, probably because he had been in the stable for weeks. She was getting excited by the cheerful rhythm between her thighs. Max burst into laughter and looked at the wind like a child with no worries. The snowflakes, which had fallen gently one by one, gradually increased and filled the view with faint colors. An ecstasy came to the beautiful scene she saw for the first time in her life. She raised her head and enjoyed the sensation of the cold snowflakes gently brushing her face. The snow glistened with a faint silver lining in the sun that leaked through the thin clouds, and the lake regained its deep color and fluttered in silence. A couple of winter birds plummeted onto the dark surface and flew away into the forest. Max stared at all the sights as if she were going to capture them in her eyes and turn her head toward Riftan. Max was going to say thank you for bringing her to a nice place. However, when she saw his face, she was speechless. Max looked at his sharp face with a strange thrill. Riftan's large body was visibly tense. His forehead was wrinkled, as if it contained deep agony, and the black eyes shook violently like the sea in which the wind and waves met. Max pulled the reins tightly in confusion. She couldn't figure out why he was looking at her like that. Feeling faint fear and faltering back, Riftan, who was clapping his lips as if he were trying to say something, shut his mouth tightly. There was a lonely look on his face. The clouds are coming. Let us go back to castle before it snows more. But he quickly went back to being a determined, outspoken man. Riftan said, turning his head with a grave face. When I'm hit by snow, my body temperature drops quickly. We've better hurry. Then he slowly started going back the way he had come. Max hurried after him. A strange silence fell between them. What was that just now? She looked at his wide back with a confused look, then turned to the calm lake. Her face was dimly reflected on the dark blue wave. Somehow it looked precarious and lonely, and Max felt a corner of her chest cool. That's ridiculous. There is only one thing in the world that puts the strongest and bold knight at risk. She quickly dispelled the strange feeling. Just in time, the wind blew his black hair, poked her in the eye and flew eastward. Max frowned and turned her head toward the distant mountains along the wind. White snow was scattered like fog all over the mountain. The season of rest was getting so deep. Snow, which began to fall in the late afternoon, covered the whole world wide until evening. Rudish was surprised that it had been almost 10 years since the Anatole had snowed like this. Max exclaimed that the whole white world was just amazing, but Riftan didn't enjoy it. He led the knight out of the castle early in the morning to see if there was any damage caused by snow in the compound. Even servants were busy cleaning up the snow. They meticulously swept the snow piled up on the stairs with broomsticks, covered it in layers to prevent firewood and other water from getting wet, and cleaned up the snow piled up in the backyard and garden to prevent the ground from freezing. The guards were busy clearing snow from the patrol route from the morning. Max, who was pacing the garden and looking around in the snow, saw them working and ordered Rodrigo to distribute more firewood than usual before returning to the room. She thought about going to the library, but she was discouraged by yesterday and didn't feel like looking into the book. Max sat on a rug in front of the fireplace and played with the cats after a long time. Ron, Laura, and Roy, who have been loved by maids for the past few days, have been rolling on the floor cheerfully. Max tickled her plump stomach with the busy running cats on her lap one by one. Laura and Ron whined away from their knees, but Roy, the black cat, seemed to like what she touched, lay still, grumbling and shaking. The lovely figure made her laugh. "Madam, would you like me to warm you up?" Rudish, who was putting firewood in the fireplace and bellowing, turned her head and asked. With a welcome smile and nod, Rudish put a kettle in the fireplace to warm up the milk. The cat crept up on her skirt, smelling the savory milk that was spreading secretly. Even Laura, who pretended not to know even if she called her, smiled as she approached. Hey, didn't you eat earlier, Ron?" He ate a plate of porridge made with minced meat. All three of them are very gluttonous and eat endlessly. Rudish shook her head, but cooled the goat's milk lukewarmly and poured it into the cat's exclusive bowls. The cats put their noses in the bowl and soaked their whiskers and drank milk. The small ones were so hungry that the bowl quickly revealed its bottom. Max found out that the milk had cooled down enough and poured her own into the cat's bowl. The cats ate up the rest of the milk. Watching the scene with joy, she was in a peaceful mood, and suddenly I heard a knock. "Excuse me, my lady. What's going on?" "The wizard has come. Would you like to meet him?" The maid's words from beyond the door clouded Max's face. Did he come here himself because she didn't come to the library? Or did something happen again? Max got up from her seat with a nervous face and opened the door. Then she saw Ruth yawning with a disheveled look. The relaxed appearance of Ruth drained her shoulder. Apparently, something happened again. What's going on?" "Oh, good morning, my lady." It was well past the morning, but Max didn't bother to correct it. Ruth yawned once again, stretching all the way, and said what she had to do. "I came here because I thought of a good training method. Can you come outside for a moment?" "Gee, good. Training method?" Max opened her eyes round. Ruth nodded vigorously with a childlike innocent face. "Yesterday, Even though she was disappointed, she quickly put on a robe as she felt expectations creeping up again. Oh, what how? I'm trying to induce mana myself. You have a weak magnetic force, but you have good absorption, so I'm sure this will work. She looked a little worried. She doesn't know how to inject mana directly. She was also reminded of Riftan's request to be careful around Ruth because he made people around him get involved in a strange experiment. She asked with a suspicious face. Oh, it's safe, right? Of course. Don't worry. It's absolutely safe. Under the oak tree. Chapter 134. Though she was not relieved, Max calmly followed him out. Ruth looked around, settled down in one of the vacant lots where the snow was cleaned up, and drew something on the ground with branches. Max approached aesthetically and looked down at it. On the ground, there was a basic magic trick that she had learned yesterday. From now on, I'm going to use this basic magic formula to run mana. I'm sure you've memorized it. Here. We're going to rotate the mana through this path. He continued his explanation by moving the end of the branch along the magic design. And at this point, I'm going to turn the path and inject mana into your mariak. Then, mana will go through the palm of your hand to the heart, and discharge through the other side. And then we're going to circle around this magic clock again. In a word, I'm putting you in as part of the magic. Max rolled her eyes at the strange explanation. Well, see, can I do it? Your mariak is well developed, so it won't hurt your body. In fact, it's an expedient approach, but I'll sure it'll work. You'll learn how to operate mana at a fast pace. She put her head in front of him, saying, you can make the calculation so complicated that you can get a cramp on your head. She doesn't trust him. However, Max finally nodded as she was tired of holding and groaning stones that had no effect. Ruth smiled confidently and held out his hands. Now, hold out your hands like this. Like this? When Max held out her hands, Ruth put them on top of it with a span of distance. She was wondering what he was going to do, but a strange heat began to come down from her palm. Max flinched her shoulders in surprise. Focus. We're artificially creating a flow in mana. You have to be familiar with this feeling. Oh, I got it. With Ruth's sincere voice, Max was nervous and paid attention to the itchy heat of the palm of her hand. It felt like he was dipping her hand in the warm water that was flowing. Focused on the soft wave for so long, Max shuddered at the sensation of a thin thread that was soon invisible, crawling through the skin and into the body. Don't lose focus. Ruth immediately warned. Max patted her cold sweat and paid attention to mana's flow. The thin thread, which flowed smoothly through the forearm, wrapped the heart roundly past the elbows and armpits, then went out again on the arm and began to flow along the complicated magic hour. If magic was a finely woven fabric, mana was a thread. Magic was similar to the process of unwinding a few strands of thread called mana from a fabric, rolling them round in the body, and pulling them out as necessary and squeezing them into new patterns. It was only then that Ruth's repeated explanations were finally understood. Max looked down at her palms with awe-inspiring eyes. Mana began to spin at high speed in the hand, emitting strong heat, and soon created a small ray of light. The first thing God created was light. Ruth smiled, looking down at the faintest light than the fireflies. Remember that. This is the magic that underlies all magic. And my hands are hot. I am a little out of breath. You can't cry with this much. High magic rotates mana at the speed of this. Max gave a short breath and nodded. She could see why he looked so tired every time he used magic. I'm going to take my time to get out of here. You try to keep this pace and rotate your mana. Ruth slowly took her hand off. Max was at a loss as she didn't know what to do, but she tried to use her magic spell. At first, however, the flow of mana, which had been maintained at a certain speed, became disorganized over time, and the heat in her hands escaped like sand. She tried hard to keep it somehow, but even the small ray of light went out helplessly. She drooped her shoulders with discouragement. Don't be so disappointed. You did a good job at first. Really? Am I some kind of empty talker? I would have told you right away that it's terrible if it's terrible. It's definitely left for this guy. Max laughed bitterly because she was relieved by his rudeness. Ruth smiled face to face and rolled up his sleeves curiously. Well, let's do this one more time. If you repeat it a few times, you'll get the hang of it. Oh, I got it. Max continued to focus on the energy as Ruth induced. After 7 such attempts, Max was able to keep the small light on her own for about a minute. When she showed Ruth proudly with joy, he applauded as if he was proud. It was a little embarrassing, but it is an achievement, The feeling of pride and excitement was rarely calmed down. Her heart was overflowing as if she had created a moon ball, even though she had only created a very small light that could not reveal a single small room properly. I'll teach you healing magic when you get used to it. Please practice the basic magic repeatedly until then. If you keep going, you'll have more mana in your body. I don't think I can do it alone. If it doesn't work, I'll induce you a few more times, so give it a try," he said, rubbing his red nose. "Come to think of it, she's been out for quite a while. She didn't even know my body cooled down because she was concentrating. Let's go inside now. You're going to catch a cold. I've been having a runny nose since before. It's unusual. Why don't we go to the kitchen and get some warm soup?" "That's a good idea. I haven't even had breakfast, so I'm almost stuck on my back." Ruth swung the robe to the entrance of the great hall, raising it to his chin. Max grinned as she walked along. Even though her body was cold and shaking, her feet were as light as flying away. Max diligently practiced mana energy as Ruth instructed. At first, Ruth had to induce 2 more times because she couldn't get the hang of it, but after that, she was able to create a small light on her own. As it was repeated, the light stem became clearer and became more and more clear enough to be used as a substitute for candles. Although she was as slow as an ant, Max had steadily improved her skills. There was a time when she passed out on her bed before the sun set because she enjoyed gathering mana slowly and her body absorbed too much since she was so focused on her practice. At that point, Riftan threatened to withdraw his words with a scary face saying, "If this happens again the next morning, you can't learn magic." From that day on, she also tried to measure her physical strength and practice. Usually during the day, she was confined to the library to study magic history, and after eating lunch late, she supervised servants, wrote a diary, and practiced magic until evening when Riftan returned. Fatigue piled up day by day on such a tight schedule, but she endured it firmly. Recently, Riftan was busy building weapons and training knights to prepare for the migration of the demons near the Anatomy Mountain. More than 20 doves visited the windows of Riftan's office a day to gather information from all parts of the continent, and the knights and apprentices trained hard until the sun fell even in the cold weather. She couldn't stay comfortable and relax on her own. Max worked hard to memorize and study the complicated magic written in the wizard, chasing the rush of sleepiness. Ruth, who had been watching such a scene quietly, made an unexpected suggestion. "Shall we do some practice today?" Max looked up at him with a surprised look. "Practice? You've never used magic on a person yet. You must have learned the healing magic. Let's give it a try." But I'm still nervous about controlling the energy. If I try and fail. Even if we fail, there is no harm to the human body. It is important to repeat magic several times. The more you master, the more speed and accuracy you gain. At Ruth's strong recommendation, Max nodded as if she could not win. To be honest, she wanted to do magic at least once. But who do you want me to test? Usually, the teacher makes a small wound on the body and helps the student practice. I hate being sick. Ruth spat out naturally and got up from her seat and opened the robe tightly. But fortunately, the castle is full of humans who are willing to get hurt, so you won't have any problems practicing. Let's go outside. Max immediately noticed that he was going to the smoke field and looked nervous. Riftan still didn't like her learning magic. He doesn't trust me, but what if she fails? As she blurred his face with anxiety, Ruth quickly added, "Don't worry. Lord Calypso is guiding the knight apprentices. He won't be at the training ground." Max stood up from her seat, surprised a little, wondering if he could see her inner feelings so clearly. Rudish, who was sewing by the brazier, quickly picked up her coat when she saw Max. Max prevented her from chasing her and came out of the library with Ruth. As she went down the stairs and stepped out of the gate, the sparkling sunlight poked her eyes. Under the oak tree. Chapter 135. She squinted down the lifeless garden. In the flower bed, the snow that had fallen infrequently for several days had frozen white and was shining like a diamond, and the dry branches were shaking pitifully with a rustling sound of the wind. She quickly crossed the desolated landscape with Ruth. As they passed through an empty garden and through a gate, she heard the sharp sound of the sword hitting, the sound of horses' hooves, and the loud chanting. "We'll have to wait a little bit." Ruth, standing at the entrance of the training center, mumbled, kicking his tongue lightly. Max held out her head and looked down. Inside the huge training ground of the stadium hall, hundreds of knights sat on their horses and stood facing each other in 8 long rows. They were all dressed in full-body metal armor and had a spear longer than their height in their hands. Max caught her breath without realizing it as the scene of tension. When the knight standing in the middle of them raised the red flag high, the knights shouted and rushed toward each other. Max screamed and covered her eyes with both hands. The loud sounds of metal hitting, the cries of horses, and thunderous shouts echoed for a long time. It was such a fierce training that a slight vibration was delivered through the underlying stone floor. "It's violent today." Ruth whistled softly. Finally, as the surrounding area became quiet, Max slowly opened her eyes. The knights, standing in line again, came down from their horses one by one and were throwing off their helmets. Ruth pulled her arm. "Now, let's go down. I don't think there are many people." Max scrambled down the stairs, embarrassed. One of the knights who was organizing the spears and helmets looked suspicious when he saw them. "Mr. Ruth, what are you doing here in the training ground?" "I'm here to see if anyone got hurt during training." "What's up with that? Didn't you tell me not to call you unless it's a crippling wound?" He Baron, who took off his helmet and threw it randomly on the floor, said loud and sarcastically. His face looked more rugged than usual, perhaps because he was still heated. Under the vivid pressure of the night, Max sneaked behind Ruth. However, Ruth pushed Max relentlessly to the front of the knights. "Of course, I wouldn't volunteer to do that. Mrs. Calypso will treat you." Only then did the knights open their eyes wide, realizing that it was the wife of the lord who was standing behind him with a robe. Max gave an awkward smile at their shaky eyes. Recently, Max thought she had almost overcome it, but her fingertips were shaking with tension as she stood in front of large, armed men. Max pulled her robe sleeve, quickly hid it, and took her mouth off with difficulty. "I'm not good enough, but I can try treating your wounds." The knights exchanged glances with embarrassed faces at the murmur. After a long awkward silence, Elliot Karen, who was standing in the front, stepped out. "Thank you, my lady, but we can treat the simple wounds on our own. You don't have to mind." A well-known knight refused so firmly. When she couldn't answer back, Ruth stepped in. "Lord's wife is learning magic right now. I need someone for us to practice healing magic, so I want you to cooperate." "Magic?" He Baron, who was gulping down water from the water bottle, looked back with a surprised look. Other knights glanced at Max as if it was unexpected. "Does Lord's wife know how to do magic?" I am learning. But I can't do complicated magic yet." The knights turned their eyes again, as if the story seemed incredible. Even He Baron looked embarrassed, scratching his curly hair with sweat. "Magician? That's a good idea. It's hard to fail and it might cause side effects. The training is intense these days. Even if you fail, healing magic has no side effects. It's a useless worry." Still, the knights only looked at each other as if Ruth and Max are untrustworthy. Then Ruth glared at the knights' faces one by one, crossing his arms to his chest. "I don't have to explain to you how helpful a healer is. Now I'm teaching you magic, depriving my sleeping time for the Anatole and the Knights of Ream Dragon. But you're not going to give me a little bit of help? Oh my god, great knights have a nerve." With a rattling voice, He Baron blocked his ears and made a sharp impression. "Oh, you keep nagging. Who the hell said we wouldn't help? It's just because I didn't have any scratch from head to toe. Hey, is anybody hurt? She doesn't have enough mana yet, so it's hard to cure a major injury. If so, I would like someone with a minor injury to volunteer." "Why so tricky?" He Baron, who was grumbling, suddenly slapped his hand as if something had come to mind, and called a knight quietly watering a horse from a distance. "Hey, Ricardo. You got a scratch on your cheek during the battle, right? Why don't you be the subject of the experiment?" The knight frowned at He Baron's loud voice and threw a sharp look. Max shrugged her shoulders without realizing it. Uslan Ricardo, the blonde knight who was most hostile to her. He looked through the vein with a dry look and shouted bluntly at He Baron. "Be the subject of their experiment. You must have black and blue bruises on your stomach because of the blow I gave you earlier." "What kind of bruise is that?" "It's just as itchy like a mosquito bite." "I'm sorry, but I'm fine." "Don't brag. You stumbled like a scarecrow on a horse." "He's gone to the eye. My lady, I think you need to treat his child in every corner." Max glanced at Uslan's cold face with an embarrassing look. Ruth approached him with a deep sigh as if he was fed up with the two's verbal fights. "You have a scar on your cheek. I think Lord's wife will be able to treat it with this much. It won't take long, so please cooperate." "No need. You can leave this alone. It's better if you get better right away." "What if there's a scar on your handsome face?" "I'd rather have a scar than leave my face to an ice wizard." "Uslan, you little shit." The cold horse crept into Max's mind. Even if she fails, there are no side effects, but he doesn't have to refuse so stubbornly. Max swallowed and uttered a trembling voice. Well, I practice a lot, you'll be fine. It's not going to fail. You just give me a try. She couldn't keep her mouth shut. Disgust clearly emerged on the cold face of the knight. He looked at her with disapproval and spouted coldly. Are you sure you can just memorize the order of spells? That was rude. Max was red hot from head to toe with shame. The fever went up so high that all her ears were burning and my eyelids were tingling. Max wanted to shout at him sharply, but she couldn't move as if my tongue had frozen. Max could not bear the embarrassment and bowed her head while only her lips were trembling. She wanted to be faithful to protecting her pride, but she couldn't face the knight's eyes. The order is. She managed to attract calmness and retort that she could do magic without casting a spell, but suddenly, a big hand grabbed her shoulder. Max looked back in surprise. When the hell did he come? Riftan stood staring at the knight with scary eyes. Riftan pushed Max aside lightly and grabbed Aslan by the collar with one hand. Don't dare you talk to my wife like that. Riftan almost lifted Aslan's body and roared like an angry hound with evil door gums. The knight pushed his hand out to escape, but Riftan didn't budge. The knight's face quickly turned red because he was strangled at the foot of the cape. When they saw the scene, the knights panicked and hurriedly dissuaded Riftan. Calm down, lord. He didn't budge even though the two generals tried to stick together and tear it off. Riftan shook Aslan's body threateningly and let him go as if he were throwing it away. Other knights quickly helped him as he coughed out with a puffy face. Watching the scene with cold eyes, Riftan turned around and pulled Max's arm. Come on, let's go back to the castle. Max, who was standing in a daze, was led by Riftan's hand and moved. At that moment, Aslan's harsh voice echoed behind his back. Don't you have any pride? Riftan stopped his towering steps and looked back at him. The knight rubbed his sleepy neck with one hand and wore an axe. Don't you even get angry? Who the hell made you suffer? How could you cover for a quad-daughter like that? What he did. Without anyone to stop him, Riftan rushed in and punched Aslan in the face. The knight's big body fluttered back. Max screamed in surprise. Riftan raised his fist again as if his anger was still lingering. The knights grabbed him by the arm in a panic. Lord. Hang in there. Jesus. Let's stop them. Don't do that. It's going too far. Riftan glared at Aslan, who was dealing a torn mouth with his fist. Aslan's forehead, which seemed to be pressed by the brutal spirit, also broke out in a cold sweat. Riftan approached him as if he were overpowering him, and he chewed every word. If you talk about my wife like that one more time, I'll cut you from the mouth to the crotch. I'm standing him hard RN. Under the oak tree. Chapter 136. Even if it wasn't for her, Max shook her back as it was frightening. After staring at Aslan's face for some time, Riftan shook off the hands of the knights holding him and grabbed her arm again and began to walk. Max glanced embarrassingly at the people left behind and hurried up the stairs following him. Riftan, who walked so fast compared to her, quickly passed through the gate. Max had to almost run to chase him across the garden. Riftan. When she called him with a trembling voice, breathing heavily to her chin, Riftan barely stopped walking. Max didn't know what to say. Her surprised heart calmed down a little. She felt ashamed and embarrassed. Of all things, at least for Riftan. Max wanted to show him a noble and dignified appearance of her. Tears welled up all of a sudden, and she lowered her head hurriedly. Riftan was looking down at the scene of Max bursting into tears. So why would you say and do something unnecessary? Max shrugged her shoulders. As if swallowing a ball of fire, as Riftan's throat rang loudly. Sweeping his face roughly with his palm, Riftan uttered in a tight voice. I'm sorry, you had to hear that. On an unexpected apology, Max looked up at him with wet eyes. Riftan murmured a small swear word and held her cheek. I'm sorry. So, don't cry. Then Riftan lowered his head and rubbed his forehead against hers. Max gulped down her tears and grabbed his clothes tightly. Riftan wiped her tears, wondering what to do. I won't let them talk like that again. So, don't cry. It was not Riftan's fault that the knight spoke that way. It was her fault. Max just despised herself for what she was, who's always hesitating, stuttering, and had no ability. You're more than what you think, Max TT. Her heart throbbed. If she were a respectable lady, he would not have fought with his knight. If Riftan had only married Princess Agnes, he would have received more respect than now. Jesus Maxie, don't say that. Max felt so embarrassed. She always hated herself, but she has never felt as terrible as she does now. Max buried her forehead in his chest and closed her eyes tightly. Well, I'm fine now. Riftan, you can go back to work. Your eyes are red and bloodshot. I can wipe it. Why, you don't have to worry about it, I'm okay. How can I not worry? Max gave Riftan a perplexing look, unable to step away from the door. Long after returning to the room and being in his arms, she was embarrassed to face him because Riftan has to see her sniffle like a child. She was relieved by the butler's call to find Riftan. It's just a little embarrassing but knew now I'm really okay. I'll be very careful not to let you take that attitude again. Riftan spoke again in a strong tone. Max shook her head with a perplexing look. Well, you don't have to care about it. Because it's part of my job. Of course I will. He spoke in a rather nervous voice. You're the one I care most in the world. I know you're offended, but don't talk like that. Max looked at his stiff face with a perplexing look. It was not her intention for Riftan to argue with his knights, but Riftan seemed to feel offended and want her to take a rest from her work. Looking into his shady eyes, Max smiled bitterly and sighed. Clearly, any proud noblewoman might have been whining to make any man pay for insulting a lady. But Max knew well that she wasn't worth it. She tried to speak calmly with a faint smile. You're worth it. I'm sorry. I won't. I'll be right back, take a rest. Oh, I got it. Riftan looked at her pale face for a long time to see if she was relieved, and barely opened the door and went outside. Max sat in front of the fireplace and stared blankly at the scene of the sparks popping up. The cats, who were playing with the seam of the rug, crept up on her lap and pressed their heads into her stomach. She gave a deep sigh, stroking the cat's back. The shame stuck to her heart like oil scraps and made her heart stifling. Leaving Qua Castle and pretending to be a well lady did not change her fundamentals. She was still a stuttering Maximilian. Embarrassed by helplessness, she crouched her back. She was depressed and sad. The next moment, she was very anxious. There was a strong impatience, as if the sand castle that had been piled up would collapse right away. Doesn't Riftan really feel ashamed? Wouldn't he be really shaken by his subordinate's humiliation? Won't he get sick of it someday? Max thought. She was deeply ashamed of herself because she hated herself for having such doubts about the person that had given for her so much. The judgment in her was more embarrassing than anything else. When she went outside, the servants who were lighting the hallway quickly bowed to her. Max jumped up 2 floors of stairs in a heartbeat, receiving their greetings. Ruth is in the library, who she thought was still at the training grounds. She ran in front of him quickly. Ruth looked surprised at the sight. Today, I didn't expect you to come back. Is there a problem? Max shook her head and took a breath. It was good to have Run in high spirits, but when she is in front of him, she didn't know what to say. Seeing the sloppy figure, Ruth smiled bitterly and pointed to the opposite seat. Sit down for now. I was hesitating to go after you. Lord Calypso sure he'd be at the door, but... He blurted out the end of his speech and gave a long sigh. Lady Calypso, are you relieved? A little. Ruth smiled bitterly at Max's insecure reply. That's understandable. Is the Knight badly hurt? He's good. If it was me, my jawbone would have been crushed. I think they controlled it in their own way, considering that it was just a bloody bruise. A strange silence fell at the end of the remark. Max turned her eyes and looked at the sky, which was turning red, and moved her eyes one after another to the wizard's thin face and the desk where the books were piled up dizzy. What Max wanted to ask him didn't come out of her throat like a thorn. Finally, Ruth opened her mouth first. First, I'm sorry to make you hear something bad. It came to my mind that I should have explained to the knights in advance and asked for their cooperation, rather than taking Lord's wife with me so impulsively. I think it was too simple for me to think that the attitude of the knights towards Lord's wife has softened a lot recently. Oh, no. It's not your fault. Max was embarrassed and waved at the unexpected apology. Well, I'm fine. I've known all along that the knights doesn't like me. And I don't also think I am trustworthy. Even so, Lord Ricardo's attitude was rude. He was criticized by the other knights for publicly insulting the Lord's wife. Lord Ricardo will regret that he has gone too far. Max smiled awkwardly. Ruth's last words did not sound credible at all, considering the attitude of the knights, staring at her with a face full of hostility. Ruth had a bitter smile on his mind, perhaps he knew she was bitter. You may not believe it, but Aslan not a tough guy. He's a picky person, but he's a consistent and faithful knight. His loyalty to Lord Calypso is so great that he has never fought like that before. Rather, he followed Lord Calypso more blindly than anyone else. But after that, he's been trying to protest everything. Protest? When she asked back with a curious face, Ruth's face briefly reminded her of hesitation. The wizard hesitated for a long time and then sighed. Lord Calypso refused to marry Princess Agnes. Max hardened her spine after the unfamiliar name. Ruth looked at her expression for a moment and continued to speak in a grave tone. Sir Ricardo is a child of a noble family. He has been in and out of the Dracium Palace since he was a child, building friendships with the royal family. Therefore, Lord Ricardo is the most loyal member of the Order of Reamdragon. On the day of the knight's appointment, he immediately offered a land to Princess Agnes. Land was a sign of the best reverence, respect, and admiration that a knight could offer once in a lifetime. Max had a confused face. If Uslin had given the royal princess a land, it would be unreasonable to be so hostile to her. Is why they wanted Princess Agnes and Sir Riftan to get married? To be honest, yes. In fact, now that I'm telling you, all the knights of Reamdragon thought that would happen. Those two had great chemistry in combat and they looked great on the outside. But Lord Riftan doesn't speak his mind very well. Everyone talked about whether there would be good news after the punishment. Everyone thought it was almost a given, so they were surprised when Lord Calypso refused to the princess. Ruth said so far, glanced at her. Under the oak tree. Chapter 137. Max wanted to pretend to be calm, but she couldn't help her stiff facial muscles. Ruth hurriedly turned away his face and coughed as if he saw nothing. The story was leaked to the point of no use. What I want to say is, there's a reason why Lord Ricardo is being hostile to you. The knight blindly believed and followed Lord Calypso, who rejected the lady that was given to him and chose the daughter of the man he despised the most, so it's impossible to not be upset and get angry. I see. Max nodded her head gloomily. She had been depressed before, thinking that marrying Princess Agnes would have been more beneficial to Riftan, and now Ruth's words confirmed that fact again and her heart sank infinitely. Because of his marriage with her, he created a feud with the royal family and even antagonized the knights. While staring at the edge of the desk, Max barely spat out her trembling voice. Just in case. B because of me, Division W within the Knights will. You don't have to worry about that. The solidarity of the Knights of Reamdragon is much stronger than what you believe. I don't think any of the knights, except Lord Ricardo, are particularly hostile to you. Max was a little relieved hearing his words. She was sure he was right since Ruth was the kind of person who says out loud what's on his mind. But if it's possible, I want you to be comfortable. I don't like the gloomy atmosphere that there's right now. All right. I'll do it. Max replied in an unconfident tone. Ruth also sighed hearing it, as if he had not high expectations. Glancing at his tired face, Max recalled the things that had happened earlier. Her mouth was dry, so she swallowed and managed to open her lips, which felt as if they were glued. Well. Ruth gave her a curious look. Max pretended to look away and open a book. Her heart was thumping unsteadily. Just in case. I'm asking because I want to know. What is it? Now, when asked, she frowned as if she was hesitating. Max drew courage and spoke. With Ruth's magic. Can you? Fix me? What do you mean with fix you? Max's face flushed as she blinked back. Ruth, who seemed to get what she was saying only after seeing the scene, said oh. And gave a short sigh. Healing magic has no effect on disorders. That was a fact she already knew. If magic could have solved it, her father would have used it before. However, she recently learned that there are many magicians in the world who create new kind of magic. Max has never been able to ask because she was afraid of being disappointed, but she had an expectation that Ruth could create a magic for her. She blushed and talked as if she was clinging to him. Well I know, but Ruth can develop new magic, right? Why you just need to do a research. If I do the research as you say, one day I could find a solution. In fact, many people study magic tricks to fix disorders such as dwarfism, deafness and lameness. However, no magic has been found so far to permanently repair defects in the body. Even if I work hard on my research, it will take decades to come. I see. Max tried not to show disappointment, but her shoulders dropped. She pretended to be calm, smoothing her messy hair. That's what I thought. I just wanted to ask. An uncomfortable silence fell again. Feeling restless, Max stood up. Well then, I'm going back. Riftan said he'd be back soon. Come on now, wait a minute. Ruth hurriedly caught her trying to turn around before she could go outside. Max opened her eyes wide at the embarrassment. He let out a low groan and uttered in a discouraged tone. If you go like this, I'll feel like I've done something bad, my lady. I'm fine. Don't say that. Sit down for a second, let's think about it. After rolling her eyes around, Max faltered and sat back on the chair. Ruth sat with his arms folded as if he didn't know what to say, looking up at the ceiling for a long time. Have you ever tried to fix your own stuttering? It was a very insensitive question to ask. Max blushed and looked at him. Jesus, I'm not doing this on purpose. Do you think I like to ask this? Max was beaten to the point where her skin was swollen and then healed, but as the days went by, the symptoms of stuttering only got worse. Ruth saw that Max's face was distorted with embarrassment and raised both hands defensively. I didn't mean to insult you. I'm asking you if your pronunciation and speech habits can be corrected to a certain extent by training. See correction training. When I was a kid. I trained. But I didn't feel any better. What kind of training did you take? Max trembled slightly, recalling the terrible memory of reading a book in front of her father. Whenever she stuttered, her father would slap her on the back with a riding whip. She tried hard to erase the frightening memory from her head, shedding only a fraction of the truth. Poetry, or reread the Bible. Rome's literature. Oh, my God, what's the point of practicing a conversation when you practice reciting old words? Max's face got almost purple with discomfort. She had always covered it up and ignored it, but whenever the topic of conversation was mentioned, she just wanted to immediately run away from the spot. Max thought she had brought up a useless issue and looked anxiously at the door with regret, but Ruth was not ready to free her. Wouldn't it be better to practice a routine conversation over and over again? That's. I already did practice. But my tongue is stiff, it doesn't move. You seem to have improved a lot lately. Max blinked her big eyes with surprise and Ruth smiled bitterly at her puzzled expression. Didn't you realize that? You speak more comfortably these days, except when you're very embarrassed or nervous. If you practice speaking slowly and clearly in a comfortable atmosphere, wouldn't it be easy to fix it perfectly? I think it'll be much faster doing that than solving it by magic. Don't say it's easy. I tried so hard but it didn't work out so far. Ruth frowned at her rough tone. Max shrugged her shoulders. She was embarrassed that she overreacted to what he said. He was only giving her some advice. Well, whatever happens. Thank you for your advice. I'll think about it. Ruth parted his lips as if he was about to say something more, but then just closed his mouth. Max got up from her seat and left the library as if she was running away. However, while she was running out like that, Max had a faint doubt in her mind. There really wasn't any hope of fixing it? Didn't she think, talking to herself from time to time, that it seemed to be better than before? Max, who was moving quickly across the hall, stopped in front of the stairs. Her father hated her opening her mouth in public. Because of this, Max was confined to her room with a tutor. Even after her liberation from such a harsh education, she did not open her mouth unless it was necessary. It was because of the embarrassing look in people's eyes. She was uncomfortable with their look of frustration. Max even thought of wanting to die if someone asked her to repeat what she said, since it was hard to understand. Getting older, she did not say a single word for months. Recalling it, Max suddenly realized that speaking recently didn't feel so terrible. Sometimes it was fun to have a conversation. It was an unbelievable change. Maybe the symptoms get worse when I am silent. She didn't know. Her memory was so distorted that she couldn't even tell if she was the same woman who acted as the hostess of Calyp's castle. Max bit her lips. Perhaps while she was with her father, she had crushed all her possibilities. Max told Ruth that she tried, but she wasn't sure if she really did. In fact, she had given up for a long time. But I can't believe I can fix it on my own and now. She hesitated because she was afraid of fretting over useless hopes. Then suddenly Riftan's face came to her mind. When she remembered his fierce anger because of her, Max's heart tightened painfully. She couldn't let Riftan punch people whenever she was insulted. Among the arrogant aristocrats, some may mock him for having a stuttering wife. Max stared dimly under the railing with a cloudy look and grabbed her skirt. Under the oak tree. Chapter 138. The next day, after some hesitation, Max headed back to the library. Fortunately, Ruth greeted her with an air of relief, acting like nothing had happened. She sat with the magic book opened and stared at it for a while. After getting so angry the day before, she was embarrassed to talk again. For a long time, Max struggled to open her mouth, only looking blurrily at the letters in the book. What I said yesterday. I am mean. What? Ruth, who in the meanwhile was focused on his job, looked at her. Max swallowed and continued awkwardly. Why you told me if I practice my way of speaking, I'll get better. How should I do it? Ruth nodded. Oh, about that, and soon responded in a sour way. Well, if you'd like, I'll look for an efficient calibration. But first, wouldn't it be helpful to talk as much as possible in a comfortable environment? Talk as much as possible? The more you do, the better you get. You should stay calm and talk as much as you can. When you're excited, your speech gets faster and you stutter get worse. In that case, remaining calm seems more important than anything else. Being criticized so directly, she lowered her eyes with embarrassment. Oh, I got it. And? Well, what should I do? Well, wouldn't it be helpful to practice talking slowly and clearly? It's okay if it's slow. The purpose is to master the pronunciation. You can do that practicing your speaking over and over again. Max uncomfortably rolled her eyes around, blushed and slowly spoke, loosening her stiff tongue. I got it. Like this? Yes, like that. You should be patient and slowly say what you want to say. I should? If this doesn't work, I'll look for another way to correct it. Let's try one way or another. Max, who thought there might be a special way to correct it, looked slightly disappointed. Well, no matter how smart Ruth was, he was not omniscient. In the end there wasn't an easy way to fix it, so Max buried her face in the book again, holding in her disappointment. Ruth, who stared at this scene and stroked his chin as if he was thinking about something, opened his mouth again. Well, in the end you didn't get to practice yesterday. Max hardened her face by Ruth's easygoing words. If I go, there might be chaos once again. We're not going to the training ground. Isn't this castle full of people besides knights? If we go to the kitchen, there might be at least 1 or 2 servants who cut their hands while cutting or cooking in front of the fire. I'm sure there might be, but... When Max hesitated, Ruth spoke in a rather strong tone. It's really important to master magic. No matter how many brilliant magic theories and sophisticated magic histories you put into your head, it's useless if you don't develop your ability to implement them. I know. I just thought they would hate it. The servants won't hate it. They won't be able to take care of minor injuries because they're busy working all day, so they'd rather like it if you give them treatment. After hesitating, Max finally got up from her shabby seat. As he said, she couldn't avoid it forever, however she barely had the courage to ask since she had suffered a bitter rejection the day before. Max chased Ruth like a goat being dragged to the slaughterhouse. What if she failed to test the magic in front of the servants? In that case, Max thought she was going to be ridiculed because of it. With a grim imagination like a habit, Max pushed her feet into the kitchen. Fortunately or unfortunately, the kitchen, which was always crowded, was quiet on that day. Good morning, my lady. The chef, whistling and stirring in the pot with a ladle, smiled cheerfully at her. Is there anything you need? In particular, I'm here for business. At her mumbling words, Ruth held out like a watchman behind her and pushed her back with his shoulder. Max, who was frowning, sighed. Just in case. Is there someone with a W wound on the body or that has been hurt? Hurt? The chef scratched his big head with a puzzled look on his face. Ruth pushed her back one more time, as if suggesting her to explain it properly. Max, irritated by his behavior, glared at him and opened her mouth again. Is there someone who was cut with a knife? Burnt by fire? Wrist or leg folded? That's what happens every day. Especially that Chrome guy over there, he's usually clumsy so his hands are all covered with wounds. Just a moment ago, he burned his palms while taking the bread out of the oven. Max turned her head and looked at the servant named Chrome. He was a small, thin boy with a face blackened by soot, maybe 16 years old, and he was cutting something with a cloth wrapped around his palms. Max took a deep breath and then talked. Well, that boy. Can you call him for me? The chef, who had a curious look on his face, immediately called the boy. Hey, Chrome. Come here, my lady is looking for you. At the loud shout of the chef, the boy flinched his back as if he had been struck by a lightning and ran like an arrow from a bow. What's the matter, my lady? Thinking he had made some mistake, the boy bent down with his face dyed black, while the chef gave a weird look, as if he was curious about what their lady was looking for. Max spoke in a dignified manner after a bad cough. I heard you got hurt. Can you show me? You mean my hand, my lady? Chrome, who was blinking his eyes with a puzzled face, unwrapped the cloth around his hand in a hurry. The red burn made his soft palms look very harsh. Max ignored his anxious eyes and took a deep breath, with her hand slightly resting on the wound, making the boy's shoulders tremble because of the faint pain. Max felt sorry for him because she didn't even explain anything of what she was doing. However, she thought it would make her more anxious if she explained it to him, so Max slowly boosted her mana without saying anything until a hot feeling gathered in the palm of her hand and began to permeate the boy's wound smoothly. The servant also opened his eyes wide as he felt the pain slowly going away. Max slowly took her hand off after injecting enough mana only to see that the boy's hands were healed cleanly. Oh, my God! There was an exclamation everywhere. However, the person who was most surprised was Max. She didn't know that she would succeed on her first attempt. Max, who stared blankly at the boy's hand with a surprised face, suddenly jumped around Ruth. Ruth, it's a success. I succeeded. You did a great job. That's great for being the first time. Ruth smiled broadly and patted her on the back. Encouraged by the success of the first spell, Max looked back at the servants and shouted confidently. I've been learning healing magic for weeks now. I need someone to practice with. Is there anyone else who has a scratch on their body? Can we volunteer? Max looked back with surprise at the sudden sound of the voice. At the entrance of the kitchen stood Lord Hebaron and Lord Karen, with a young knight whose face she barely recognized. It was rare to run into knights at this time, unless they went to the blacksmith, so Max was embarrassed as if she had been caught red-handed. Lord Karen politely said to her, I'm sorry if we surprised you. Oh, no. I didn't know you were this good, and we were disrespectful yesterday. I understand. Max waved awkwardly at Hebaron, who was deeply bowing to her. He then came inside, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. I got hurt during the battle. Can I get treatment now? He showed her a small scratch on the back of his hand. Max's eyes alternated between his face and the back of his hand with a puzzled face. She couldn't really get a grasp on the sudden change in attitude of the knight. When she didn't answer back, Hebaron's face looked bitter. As expected, the behavior of yesterday made you feel offended? Oh, no. It's just, I'm a little surprised. Come on, sit here. I'm going to. The servants quickly brought chairs for them to sit down, and the knights lined up in front of her, pretending in an exaggerated way to be in pain. Max swallowed. If she failed because she was nervous, Max felt a lot of pressure on her shoulders because she thought it would be a disgrace. Ruth, who was watching the scene from behind, laughed. You don't have to be too nervous. Everyone was worried about what happened yesterday, so they came here with an excuse. What are you talking about? I'm bleeding like this. Hebaron's word impressed her, and then she didn't even notice anything else, starting to focus. Pointing to the visible wound, she said, I'm afraid it'll be a fail, but... Ruth clicked his tongue as if it were absurd, and she inadvertently smiled at the large, distracted knight. Suddenly, she felt much lighter. Max relaxed and put a healing spell on the knight's hand. Seeing the scar disappearing in a blink of an eye, Hebaron poured out enthusiastic praise as if he had never witnessed even greater magic, so Max finally burst into laughter at the ridiculous exaggerated attitude. When he saw it, Hebaron smiled along. Don't mind what Aslan said yesterday, he just likes to say whatever comes to his mind. I don't mind. That's a relief. Hebaron smiled and got up from his seat. Max then proceeded to cast healing spells on the knights one after another. Once she had healed all the knights, she even treated the minor wounds of her servants. Except for the boy whose hands were burned, all those injuries were good enough to be left alone, but Max quickly became exhausted anyway, due to her little amount of mana. However, her heart was full of energy and she smiled proudly as she wiped her sweaty forehead. Even if it wasn't that great, she was so happy to be able to help someone. It was a meaningful development for her, who had always been told that she was a useless human being. She seemed to have gained value for the first time in her life. If you don't mind, please feel free to make us a test subject. I'll tell the other knights. Hebaron looked back at the lady just before he went outside. Max nodded with a shy smile. Way to go, Max. Under the Oak Tree. Chapter 139. After that day, Max often went down to the kitchen to cast healing spells on her servants. Sometimes, she treated the injuries of the knights too. Sitting in the kitchen every day and repeating the healing magic 5 or 6 times a day, her skills were improving steadily and she was able to treat pretty big wounds too. However, the stuttering showed no signs of getting better. Every day, she locked herself in a room alone and practiced speaking clearly or tried to talk to people she encountered sitting in front of the fireplace in the restaurant, but her tongue only felt dull. Max continued to practice memorizing pronunciation symbols in order or reciting the words of a minstrel in the air every day, trying not to be frustrated. It was not as easy as Max thought because she had to do it in secret, when she was alone, since she didn't want to show such a pathetic figure to Riftan or to the servants. Max couldn't neglect studying magic and organizing the castle either. Furthermore, the garden had to be landscaped as soon as the winter season was over, so Max was already racking her brain having to deal with the planning and the budget with Rodrigo and Merchant Adarin. As she approached the end of winter, there were so many things to do that she wanted to double the day. "Your face seems to have become emaciated recently," Riftan said as he changed into a new outfit after taking a bath, stroking Max's cheek. She smiled awkwardly. Trying to do unfamiliar things at once was naturally too much for her. She had been waking up at dawn the last few weeks and falling asleep when he did. After following the energetic knight's lifestyle, there was even a dark shade under her eyes. Max frowned as he swept her eyes lightly with his thumb. "As expected, you're overdoing your magic, aren't you? I think you've been practicing a healing spell lately, and that's why. I want to practice. I have to do it consistently yet for me to improve. Everyone's cooperating with me. I'm doing it for you. I don't use up that much mana. I'll treat you if got hurt." She carefully examined his expression as she tried to speak calmly. Riftan was working 3 or 4 times harder than her, but his face showed no signs of exhaustion. How can he not yawn even though he sleeps for 3 to 4 hours and not just for a day or two, but every day? She looked at him, a little curious. Riftan discussed and supervised the daily production of new weapons in the blacksmiths, trained guards and apprentices, and recently began to plan the groundbreaking of road construction that would begin in the coming water season. Even if she split her body into 2 or 3, Max wouldn't be able to handle half of what he was doing. Nevertheless, Riftan's face had a good complexion and his muscular body was full of energy. Riftan held her with warm arms, placed her on his lap, and gently caressed her ears and the back of her neck. "Is there no one being rude to you?" No. What's the hard work?" It's not hard work." There was a slight crease between Riftan's eyebrows and he talked with a little nervousness. "You've never used to talk about anything, but lately I've only heard that kind of answer." Well, really. Everyone's nice to me. There's no one rude." Unable to figure out what kind of answer he wanted, Max blurted out the end of her sentence and then remained silent. Riftan sat with his back against the cushion and looked down at Max for a long time. "I heard you started planning your garden landscaping. When spring comes. The visitors will come and I think we should decorate it before then. Isn't that too much work? It must be hard to supervise the servants." Max smiled bitterly at his worried voice, who was saying that there was a lot of work. Compared to Riftan, it's nothing. "Hey, who the hell are you comparing me to? I've been training all my life. My physical strength is superior to other knights. On the other hand, you're weaker than normal women." "I am not weak. I'm healthy." Max rarely fainted when her father whipped her back to bleed, therefore she thought she was healthier than those ladies who screamed and fainted just because they saw a little mouse. However, Riftan snorted as if he had heard something ridiculous. "What are you saying, a lady who's been inside the castle all her life?" He grabbed her waist with his big tan hand and frowned anxiously. "Look, you're not even a handful. You're as thin as half my body. Riftan. You're just too big." "Well, I'm normal." Riftan crinkled his nose. "There is no woman I know who is as thin as you. I get nervous when I watch you." Hearing his words, Max looked a little puzzled. She wasn't very tall and she was skinny, but she wasn't as thin as he was painting her. Yet, he looked genuinely worried. Was there a woman who was tall and well-built enough to be around Riftan? Surely, Princess Agnes was strong and energetic enough to participate in the expedition. Max imagined an imposing and beautiful woman standing next to him, and just by drawing in her head such a pair that looked as good as a picture, her heart ached as if she was being stabbed. At that point, Max couldn't understand why she was comparing herself to a woman she had never seen before. "You're exaggerating. Like that. To the point of worrying." When she spoke in a slightly stronger tone with a tearful feeling, Riftan's hand, which was caressing her back, flinched a bit. He distorted his mouth and spoke in a concerned voice. "But I'm worried about you standing in front of the wind." Then Riftan hugged her body a little and pressed his chin firmly against the top of her head. Max leaned her head against his thick chest and listened quietly to his beating heart. Outside the window, sleet was flying like a ghost. Max was aware of the strange tension that flowed in the silence. At some point there began to be subtle cracks in between them. Riftan struggled to be affectionate to her and cared excessively, but he just couldn't tell her. Sometimes he felt like he didn't want to share more than a bedroom with Max, but it wasn't right to blame his attitude alone. She was the same. In fact, she could not easily open herself to him either, could not stay natural in front of him and never wanted to show him a lowly appearance. Max was more nervous when she spoke in front of Riftan than in front of anyone else and was afraid that he would be discouraged with her. Ironically, the bigger Max thought of him, the thicker the wall she faced him with. Because of that wall, their relationship was at a certain point failing to deepen. Max wanted to believe that her idea was just an excessive delusion. There was no such thing as a deeper relationship in the world. They already shared the same bed, and he kept her safe and supported her without lacking. She was overseeing the household of Calyp's castle for him, and one day she would give a successor to him. As far as she knew, it was enough for any couple. Furthermore, they were forced into a relationship by her father's selfishness. It may even be impudent to hope for more than that. With those thoughts, Max drove out a sense of incompatibility in her heart. "I won't do anything today. I know you're tired, so relax," Riftan said as he suddenly touched her stiff shoulders. He seemed to have guessed that she was nervous because she didn't want to work in the bedroom. Max tried to say something, but she just closed her mouth. She wanted to be in his arms, but she was actually very tired and she was embarrassed to reach out first. Riftan rubbed his lips on her forehead and whispered in a serious voice, "You need a break." He laid her on the bed and turned off the bedside lamp. Then, naturally lying next to her, Riftan pushed one arm under her head. Max dug into his side and wiggled. His body smelled sweet and masculine, and as she inhaled it deeply into her heart, Riftan tossed and turned a little uncomfortable, sighing softly and patting her shoulder. Max savored his touch with satisfaction. She felt his body firm against her thighs, but no further contact was made with Riftan. In the comfort and tranquility of his wide arms, she slowly fell asleep. The next day, winter rain began to fall. As a result, the training seemed to have ended early and, as Max was reading the magic book while eating a late lunch, soaked knights rushed into the kitchen. Max greeted them cautiously. Recently, the knights that had been bluntly ignoring her, gladly began to speak to her thanks to her frequent talking and healing magic. She was so happy about the change. The knights grabbed the food she had given them and started to talk about stories as the bread that was just baked melted in their mouth. While exchanging such lame stories, Max was smiling. Suddenly she saw Eulysian approaching the kitchen and she ran to him in surprise. The boy's face was covered in blood. What's going on? What happened? Under the oak tree. Chapter 140. Greetings, my lady. The boy gave her a casual greeting that didn't suit his terrible condition. Max looked coldly at the boy's ruined face and told the servants to prepare a clean cloth and hot water. Sir Gable, who followed him into the kitchen, saw the scene and sighed deeply. Winter rain made the field all wet, and today was the day these young men were supposed to be trained in horseback riding. He was riding a horse and rolled on the ground just like that. "It wasn't just me who rolled and got injured." Sir Karen groaned as he rubbed his hair. Eulysian scraped his blood-soaked hair with a distant face. "Because of me. I'm really sorry, Sir Karen. You're the third person to put me on the ground, kid." Lord Karen grumbled and stood in front of the fireplace, drying his wet body. Max frowned a little angry at the boy's appearance, who showed no signs of concern even though he was covered in blood. "Why, Eulysian, don't touch your head. There's blood, it'd still be bleeding. Come on. Sit down. I'll treat you with the healing magic. It just looks like this, but it's not that serious, my lady. The blood already stopped, I can't burden you. Don't be silly. Sit down." Max pulled his arm a bit roughly and sat him on a chair near the fire. The boy opened his eyes wide, surprised by her actions, but Max was genuinely worried about Eulysian, who looked like a wounded wild dog. Max bent over his head and looked carefully at the wound. Lord Gable handed her a clean towel soaked in hot water. "I think my scalp was torn when I fell because I used a saddle that didn't fit. I don't think there's anything wrong with the bone, but I've a pretty long wound. Would that be okay? If you're hurt like this, with my magic, I can cure it." Max carefully wiped the blood with a towel and examined the injury. A long wound was seen between the silver hair stained with blood. She put her hand on it and used the magic to control the mana. Thanks to her steady accumulation of mana, she was now able to perform healing magic at a pace similar to Ruth's. She checked from his hair to his forehead and carefully examined the wound's healing. Where else? Are you okay now? I am all right, my lady, he said with a red glow on his white, freckled cheeks. Max pulled off her hand awkwardly because she thought she touched him too casually. Ulyshen was a boy with a slender frame and a face as pretty as that of a woman, but he was also scheduled to soon become a member of the Reamdragon Knights. It would not be appropriate to treat him as if he was still a child. She smiled awkwardly and handed him a clean new towel. The bee blood on your face. You need to wipe it all. Oh. Thank you, my lady. Ulyshen wiped his face with a wrinkled smile. I have a lump in my head, can you take a look? Lord Karen, who was still standing in front of the fire, asked her to check around the back of his head. Max immediately cast a healing spell on him, too. In the meantime, the knights who were drying themselves with towels sat down in front of the table and began to eat the food brought by the maids. At that point, Max could only have a meal with them. It was unusual to sit in front of the same table at that time because the knights usually settled their lunch in the knights' quarters, next to the training center, and she was nearly confined to the library. She scooped up the almost cold stew and looked around the long table, packed with big, distracting knights. Is the Lord out of the castle? He's in the Oval Office in a meeting with Lord Hebaron, Lord Uslin, Lord Lombardo. And the wizard too. Meeting? It's about planning for the coming season of water. Sir Gable, who was sitting across from her and eating the steaming soup, burst out. There is a hierarchy within the knights. The better the knight, the stronger the voice. At the end of winter, the leader often meets with them to discuss their future plans. Recently, monsters from the north are moving closer, so we also need to make a barrier against them. Can I take part in the next round of corrective action? Ulyshen, who was eating food in a hurry, joined the conversation with his eyes shining. Sir Karen was blatantly fed up with him. If we look at today's big mistake, we'll have to postpone your knight's appointment until next year. I agree. You rolled in the mountains during the goblin siege, didn't you? You're so careless that you won't pass the initiation ceremony properly. You look like you're having a hard time catching a bull lizard, let alone a half-dragon. Gable's sarcasm made Ulyshen angry, and he shouted. I will never make this mistake again. Not one half-dragon, but two. I can catch even 3 of them. Max couldn't keep up with the back-and-forth conversation, and Lord Karen, who was having a decent meal beside her, explained it in a polite tone, as if he noticed what she was curious about. Reamdragon's initiation is to hunt down the dragon's subspecies. We can only be recognized as a member of our team if we have acquired the Dragon Mana Stone before the ceremony. It's a ceremony of the Knights of Reamdragon. In fact, it doesn't matter if it's a demon with a Mana Stone. But Banryong is perfect for beginners. A young knight with dark brown hair intervened and enthusiastically helped explain. Catching a bulldozer would be a laughingstock, and it would be hard for a new knight to hunt high-quality creatures like wyvern, hydra or basilisk. Banryong. What kind of devil? It's a demon that looks very much like a dragon. The average size is 20 to 30 cubic feet, covered with hard scales, sharp fangs and claws. But unlike dragons, they don't have wings, and they can't use the breath. But they're not easy ones. To compensate for their inability to fly, they're agile and have fast legs, so if they start to chase you, you can't run away even if you're riding a horse and running at full speed. They have a very good sense of smell too, so they can find any place you're hiding in. They have a strong grip, so most magic doesn't work. The knights began to help each other one by one as if they were trying to scare the apprentice. The most troubling thing is that they live in groups. They're not that smart, but they have excellent cooperative skills. When they find a prey, they send signals to each other and persistently track it down. A green knight is not a beast that can hunt 3 or 4 of them. I can see the future. It's a terrible ending for Rover, the clumsy guy, to rush into a Banryong only to become its lunch. Are you going to have lunch? There's nothing left for a little guy like you to chew on. But it was Max's face that got blue because of their teasing. She looked anxiously at the boy, who had an innocent face and a slender figure. It was a terrible ordeal for a young man who was only 17 years old. Come on, why you can't go to the hunt, all right? Garrow, who was silently eating in the corner until now, opened his mouth. He'll do it with me. Ulyshen and I are the only two knights to hold the ceremony this year. Max parted her lips in disbelief. Gara was only a year older than Ulyshen, he was taller and had a better physique, but he did not completely throw off the immature boy's appearance. She was more and more ashamed of herself. Why you two are going? Isn't it too dangerous? If you can't take that risk, you don't deserve to be a member of the Knights of Reamdragon. Lord Karen said firmly. And the skills of Rover and Livaction are enough, as long as they don't make stupid mistakes like today. He'll have to bring in the biggest one to restore his reputation. Ulyshen lifted his chin high and nodded. You'll see. I will make new boots for you with the scales of the Banryong I've caught. Oh, just don't be a Banryong's toothpick. The knights giggled and burst into laughter. Max was stunned by their casual, vicious jokes. Are they not worried about these innocent boys jumping into danger? As she frowned and stared disapprovingly at them, Sir Gable, who was giggling, suddenly grabbed his stomach and laughed from across the room, saying, Hey, don't talk dirty in front of my lady. The word dirty was also part of the harsh words that should not be said in front of a lady, but instead of pointing it out, Max continued to express concern about the apprenticeship knights. It's not like why you're doing it, aren't you? Ulyshen and Gara, why you're young, you'll be in danger. What if you'll get hurt? Someone should help you. We are not children to take care of, my lady. We don't need a guardian for a test to be recognized as a decent knight. Yes, that's insulting. Ulyshen and Gara protested at her words with a sulky look on their faces, and Max stared at them with a puzzled look. Are they not afraid to die or get hurt? The boys didn't look a bit frightened or intimidated by the trials ahead, instead they had a confidence which was close to arrogance that made Max even more astonished. She had lived 4 or 5 years more than them, but she didn't have half the courage they had. I didn't mean to insult you. I'm just worried. There's nothing to worry about since they both have a special talent for swordsmanship. Suddenly, Max looked up at the sudden sound and saw Baron and Riftan walking into the kitchen. Under the oak tree. Chapter 141. You are inexperienced, but you're already as good as any other knight. Especially in terms of talent, you're even comparable to Lord Riftan. At Baron's words, Ulyshen immediately jumped up. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not even close to the feet of Lord Riftan's feet. It would be really useful if you could just fix that insincere personality. Baron sighed deeply and told the servants standing behind him to serve more food. Riftan sat right next to Max, ignoring all the conversations, and she smiled awkwardly at his sharp face. Riftan, wearing a black tunic and a gold belt, was giving off a seductive charm like the devil in the Bible, but at the same time he looked cold. After that day's incident, Riftan was as alert as a watchman whenever he witnessed her being around the knights. He seemed worried that someone might hurt her, just like Huslan did. You didn't rush during the meal, did you? Oh, no. The knights. They were explaining about the initiation ceremony. Sir Gable didn't succumb to Riftan's flamboyant attitude and entered the conversation with a smile. Don't Rover and Livaction have to make a declaration before the ceremony? It's right before the water season that the Banryongs wake up from their lethargy. Riftan stroked his chin with a thoughtful look. Are you training them to hunt the beasts? I'm doing it, somehow. But I think it would be better to gain more hands-on experience before the initiation ceremony, or they won't be trustworthy. At Lord Karen's severe words, Ulyshen pouted in protest, but when Riftan's eyes came to him, he immediately straightened his mouth and posture. Riftan carefully examined the two apprentices with a sharp look. You guys should join the next scouting. A marmot hunt is different from normal combat. It would be helpful to have hands-on experience. Okay. Riftan smirked at their quick answer. The eyes of the boys who were looking up to Riftan were filled with awe, respect and admiration, and he seemed to be somehow affectionate to the young knights too. Max was envious of the strong bond between them. She was there with him, but she didn't really belong in their world. On the other hand, Ulyshen and Gara were about to become knights in a few months and share all the risks with Riftan. She felt left out in the corner, thinking they were closer to him than she was herself. What's wrong? You don't like the food? Should I ask the servants to prepare you something else? Riftan frowned and asked as he realized that her spoon was no longer moving. Max shook her head. Oh, no. I've had enough. Eat a little more. I'm full. With an awkward smile, she picked up the book she had put aside. I'll get up. I'm a little tired. You haven't finished yet. I'm telling you, I ate a lot. Riftan looked at her and nodded with a sigh, so Max slowly walked out of the kitchen. After the winter he probably had to leave for an expedition again, and this thought broke her heart. She would have to wait for him alone in the castle again. Max nervously bit her lips. If she could perform a powerful magic, would have Riftan decided to take her with him? After a moment of hopeful thoughts, Max shook her head, recalling his stubborn attitude. In reality, she didn't even know if she had the courage to ask him such a thing. She gave a long sigh as she swept her messy hair with her hands. The severe cold wave was now gone and spring was slowly approaching on Atoll. At that time, Max began to learn new defensive magic and patiently tried to correct her stammering habit. At first she noticed some little progress. In fact, as a result of her persistent practice with a calm attitude, she became able to read a verse without stuttering. Of course, they were not verses from difficult ancient poems as those she learned when she was young, but from poems with easy and simple sentences that wandering minstrels enjoyed singing. However, she shed tears of joy when she succeeded in saying her first perfect sentence. As Ruth said, it was helpful to relax and practice speaking slowly. It was still hard to say words with a difficult pronunciation or long phrases, but the stutters improved little by little, probably thanks to the fact that she consciously tried to talk a lot. Max had also begun to read aloud sentences that Ruth had made in his spare time and started exercising to loosen her stiff tongue, which started to feel sore as if she had been biting a needle for a long time, maybe because she was using muscles she didn't usually use. Nevertheless, she practiced every morning without skipping. If it could fix her stammering, she would have done it even if she had to keep a knife in her mouth. On the other hand, Max became too slow in speaking as she tried to do it accurately. Ruth said it would get better over time, but Max was still conscious of it, thinking that someone could feel frustrated with the way she talked. On the second floor. You underneath the terrace. I want to make a flower garden. How long will it take? Max, who was reading the landscape plan carefully, looked up and observed Darren's expression on the opposite side. The merchant answered in a polite manner, showing how competent he was. It's not easy to get so many seedlings right now. Why don't you plant small shrubs first? If it's a seedling of azaleas, you can easily get it from us. Beautiful red flowers will bloom. But I want to fill the flower bed, too. If it's a modification, we can get it right away. I'll tell the servants who manage the garden. Rodrigo, who was following them, helped her with a few words. Max tried to draw a picture in her head. If she laid quality soil in the desolate garden, planted grasses and shrubs and decorated them with various flowers and landscapes, it would become unrecognizable. But Max couldn't help but think about the costs. More servants had to be hired to manage the garden, and planting flowers and trees costed a lot of money. She put the plan down on the table, thinking it would have been better for Ruth to examine it one more time before signing the order. I'll have to think a little more. Okay. I'll try to get as many species of flowers as I can in the meantime. Please. Do. Max smiled and got up from her seat. As the day began to unravel little by little, the market in Anatole started opening again and merchants began to visit. According to the knights, there was a den of Banrayong beyond the northern part of the Anatole mountain, and mercenaries flock in time for them to wake up from their lethargy. The dragon subspecies was very dangerous, but their scales, monostones and bones were expensive, being very useful as ingredients for elemental weapons. Mercenaries, who naturally tried to find things to be sold for a fortune, and merchants, who wanted to buy the monostones and bones they would bring back, began to visit Anatole. In the full-fledged water season, more people would definitely come. I'd like to finish all the landscaping before then. In spring, a banquet would be held and there would be occasions where wandering musicians and theater troupes would be invited. She wanted to prevent them from spreading rumors that Lord Calypso's castle, who had gained great fame across the continent, was gloomy. Above all, Max was worried that Riftan would be looked down by the aristocrats, so she was determined to decorate the garden as nicely as possible since it was an important place that gave visitors a first impression of the castle. Madam, here you are. Thinking about what kind of trees and flowers would be good as she was walking down the stairs, a maid called her. Max looked up with a curious face and the old maid spoke in a polite tone. My lady, Lord Riftan asked you to come to his office. Any problem? Lord Riftan didn't tell me the exact reason, my lady. It was rare for Riftan to be in the office in broad daylight, but it was even rarer for him to call her in this way. Max hurried up the stairs wondering what was going on. Riftan's office was located on the upper floor of the library, opposite stairs. She walked quickly on a dark brown carpet and stood at the wide mahogany door, waiting until the maid who followed her knocked on the door to let him know of her arrival. Come on in. When his loud voice rang out from over the door, the maid pulled the handle with a careful touch. Max stepped cautiously into a spacious room with a fluffy carpet, and then she heard a loud flap of wings from somewhere. She looked around the room surrounded by bright light with curious eyes. Next to a large window in front of her, a cage was placed in a spot higher than where she could reach with her head. Inside of it, white and small pigeons were sitting tightly and peeping, while on the left side of the room there were shields and swords so huge that made her wonder if people could actually lift them. Come on in. Why are you not sitting down? As she was standing absently by the door and looking around the office, Riftan, who was sitting in front of the desk and writing down something, rushed her. Max walked slowly towards him and looked at his sharp face. His black hair was messy, as if it was swept away roughly several times or he had been hit by the wind, and his muscular forearms under his rolled-up sleeves were in tension. Mac blushed with anxiety. What's the matter? Did something happen? I got a telegram from the Palace of Drakium. I think I should tell you in advance. Drakium? Under the oak tree. Chapter 142. Riftan suddenly took a deep breath and sighed. There will be guests from the palace in a few weeks. They'll be about 20 to 30 people. I'd like to have the best room available for them to stay, and a small welcome. Max opened her eyes wide at the unexpected announcement. She knew that guests were supposed to come visit in spring, so she was appalled by the news that it was going to happen earlier than expected. Guests? It is King Reuben's inspection team. The Knights of the Crown. Riftan blurted out the last words and glanced at her face. For a moment, his sensuous lips were subtly twisted because of complex thoughts, but then he immediately returned to his emotionless face and casually added, Princess Agnes is coming. Max stared blankly at Riftan's face, without even breathing. A lady who once had a marriage talk with him is coming, but Max couldn't figure out what kind of reaction she was supposed to have. When she didn't answer, Riftan added in a nervous tone. Of course, they're just coming here to inspect Anatole under royal orders. Agnes is the only member of the royal family who is acquainted with me and has a friendly relationship with the Knights of Dragon. Well, I see. Max swallowed, her nerves on edge hearing that she was close to him, but they were colleagues of the Dragon Tuval, of course they were acquainted. According to Ruth, everyone had thought that Riftan was going to marry Princess Agnes, so they had to be close enough for such rumors to spread. Her stomach twisted painfully, still she smiled nonchalantly, fearing that if she had showed a sign of dislike she would have looked like a woman blinded by jealousy in his eyes. We will prepare the best our rooms and get ready. Do we have anything else to do? Just tell the maids to be thoroughly prepared for the guests. You don't have to do anything more. Riftan, who was staring at her face as if he was looking for something, replied bluntly and lowered his gaze on the table again. It was a strangely cold attitude, but she didn't have time to pay attention to it and hurriedly got up from her seat before her emotions could show on her face. Tea then. I'll tell them right now. Please. Riftan said without raising his head. Max left the room immediately and quickly went down the stairs while calling Rodrigo. After hearing the news from Riftan, Max's mind was a mess. She grumbled in confusion over the thought of Princess Agnes visiting Anatole. Is it common for an aristocratic woman who got refused for marriage to visit the estate of the man who rejected her? What makes the princess want to come to visit Riftan? Perhaps King Reuben had not given up on making Riftan a member of the royal family yet. The inspection could be just an excuse and the princess might be coming to change Riftan's mind. The thought terrorized Max. Just because Riftan wasn't willing to divorce in that moment, there was no guarantee that he would still not be willing to divorce in the future. What if Princess Agnes tried to persuade him? Madam, you look pale. Do you feel uncomfortable? Rodrigo, who saw her face, asked with a worried face. Max quickly shook her head. I think I'm a little tired. It wasn't the right time to zone out. Max hurriedly shook off her anxious thoughts and tried to concentrate on what she had to do. She couldn't let the castle show a shabby appearance when the guests would come from the palace. She looked down at the landscaping plan crumpled like a dishcloth in her hand and thought she hadn't the time to put her head together with Ruth and leisurely review it. Please call a Darren for me. I want you to start the landscaping now. See, can you tell him? We need to hurry up and decorate the entrance of the Great Hall. I hope that the trees we planted few days ago started to grow. I'll get in touch with him right away, madam. The guests will be staying at the colorful tapestries room with a luxurious bedding. I'd like to have that ready. Please inform the maids that every inch of the castle has to be clean and I'd like you to serve the guests with all respect. Yes, madam. Nothing more than the instructions she had already given came to Max's mind, so she tapped her lips and sighed. If there's a problem, let me know." Max returned to her room after informing the servants and mechanically opened the magic book, but none of the letters caught her attention. For a moment she nervously turned the pages, then she bit her fine lips. She hadn't any sign of being pregnant yet, so if Riftan changed his mind, their marriage was still as easy to tear as a parchment. Her anxiety doubled when her awkward attitude came to her mind. He said he couldn't easily give up on his marriage vows, but how strong was his determination? Wouldn't it be shaken if a beautiful woman seduced him? Maybe Princess Agnes is just coming for an inspection, like he said. Max desperately tried to drive out her growing cloud of anxiety. Riftan was an upright and adamant man, his will wasn't as easy to bend as a reed. Let's stop imagining bad things. He was a knight who followed King Reuben, there would be occasional encounters with the royal family, she couldn't be so intimidated and anxious every time. She struggled with her unstable mind. As Max began to prepare for the guests at a fast pace, she couldn't let herself worry over anything. She supervised the task carefully, gathered merchants to select the decorations for the rooms and gardens, and kept studying magic too. Since she hadn't time to decorate all the wide garden right away, she started to plant shrubs and put statues everywhere. Fortunately, the frozen ground had begun to melt smoothly a few days before, so it didn't take as much time as she thought. Workers were tasked to dig deep the ground with shovels and to plant trees at regular intervals, while servants planted seedlings in flower beds and sprinkled flower seeds everywhere. Although it was a little early, mixing the soil had helped in softening it, so when the weather would get warmer they were meant to quickly take root and sprout. Max wanted the lifeless garden to be revived before the guests arrived. The royal flag and the knights. They will stay in the annex. The Pea Princess and her attendants are staying in the Great Hall. Everyone else should pay special attention so that there will be no inconvenience. Yes, madam. All the utensils should be made of silver and gold. Expensive wines are already prepared. If more food is needed, please don't hesitate to arrange it. We will keep that in mind, my lady. Max gave meticulous instructions to the servants and went around the castle several times a day to see if they were ready to greet the guests, but it wasn't just her. The maids opened the wide shutters and wiped the foggy glasses, spent all day scooping up water from the well to wash the rugs and ripped off the curtains on the windows to wash them clean, while the servants cleaned the soot from their faces, settled the fireplace with piles of ashes, took out the brazier and washed away the scorched marks. Max was busy supervising all the work and filling out orders every day, but she didn't mean to complain. Others were several times busier than she was. Ruth seemed to stay up almost every night since he had to deal with everything on his own, busy as he was making harnesses, and Riftan and the knights worked from dawn to late night on the road construction plan that would begin in spring. Building a wide road connecting the port and the Atoll was a great construction plan that involved a huge amount of manpower. Riftan stared at the map all day, discussing the safest and fastest route with the knights, and paid full attention on securing the manpower and structure materials needed for the construction. As a result, the number of nights that Max and Riftan could be together decreased. It was not until the dark night that Riftan returned to his room, but Max was exhausted from walking around in every corner of the castle since early in the morning, so she always fell asleep in the evening. There was even a time when he came back late at night, slept like a shrimp, and left early in the morning, so she couldn't even see his face the whole day. Max became increasingly discontented with such habit. She wanted to get a warm and soft kiss from Riftan, to lie on his solid and wide chest, rub his face like a cat and feel his big hands touch her hair. She thought it would have been better if the season of winter didn't end, missing the days when they were stuck together in the dark and cold castle. As such loneliness accumulated, her anxiety, which she had worked hard to put aside, gradually shook her. Maybe he's tired of me. His passion for me may have cooled down, so he's now showing a lukewarm attitude, Max thought. When Max was lying in the bed waiting for Riftan, she thought about this and went crazy. At least the busy daytime was better since she couldn't think of anything, but when she was gripping the cold side of the white bed, all kinds of negative thoughts came and bothered her. She felt like she was drying up with the desire to see her husband's smiling face, to ride a horse out of the castle and spend time alone with him. On a sunny afternoon, when spring was in full swing, Max, who was overseeing the landscaping of the garden, stiffened her body when she heard that knights with royal seals had passed through Anatole's gates. The garden was growing from its previous wild appearance thanks to shrubbery planted here and there, but it still wasn't to the point of being satisfying. Max hurried to go prepare herself to welcome the guests, thinking it would be inappropriate to welcome the royal inspection team with a dull appearance. She urgently called in the maids and ordered them to clean up the entrance to the Great Hall as neatly as possible and went into the room to check her clothes. She was wearing a colorful and nice dress, but she thought she was lacking somehow, so she opened a jewelry box, wore a brooch that she didn't usually wear and dressed up with a necklace and a ring, then asked Rudish to fix her hair again. She didn't want to show a shabby appearance to the woman who had a marriage talk with her husband. Rudish, who had realized her thoughts, worked several times harder than usual to braid it up and cover it with silk and jewelry. After a while, a long sound of copper was heard from afar, announcing the arrival of the guests. Under the oak tree. Chapter 143. Max walked down the stairs with her maids with a colorful shawl on her shoulder. Her heart was beating heavily and her back was sweaty. The first guests who would meet her as the hostess of Calyp's castle arrived. However, the fact that the first guest was Princess Agnes increased her tension several times. What kind of person would she be? Was she as cold and arrogant as Rosetta? Was she the kind of person who would look down on her, saying she is worth nothing? She rubbed her wet palms on the skirt and waited for the guests to appear in front of the door wide opened. Suddenly, people's voices were heard from afar and people dressed in colorful costumes began to walk up towards the entrance. Max was able to find Princess Agnes in a heartbeat. She led 2 young women who appeared to be her maids, 5 or 6 men who appeared to be her attendants and many knights in silver armor, all stately walking toward the entrance of the Great Hall. Near to them there was a line of Ream Dragon Knights and, next to the royal princess, Riftan stood as if he were protecting her. Max watched the scene, astonished to the point of forgetting to bend down and bow. The appearance of Princess Agnes was truly unconventional. She was wearing long boots on pants that men would wear and a long cape on a knee-length purple tunic. Her long blonde hair shined without the need of any common accessory and she approached her cheerfully with a light smile on her golden face, which looked particularly good in the sun. Max was embarrassed to face such a simple yet energetic woman, very different from what she expected. Her clear blue eyes seemed to radiate brilliance, as jewels would do. Nice to meet you. I'm Agnes Drakina Ruban. It's an honor to meet you, Your Grace. I am Maximilian. Calypso. Although she was a little tense, she was able to greet her calmly as she had been secretly practicing. Please feel comfortable while you are here. She stood behind the sun as she bent slightly unfolding her skirt and the maids followed her politely. Princess Agnes gave a cheerful and dignified smile. You must have been abashed by the sudden visit, but thank you for welcoming me. Riftan took a step forward as if he were shielding the royal princess. His face looked more solemn and dignified than usual since he stood facing the sun and his dark blue tunic and silver-gray eyes, which were almost navy, seemed to stand out more than ever. I'll guide the knights. Please show your royal highness to the guest room. Got it. Max looked up, expecting him to lightly kiss her forehead or even her cheek. However, Riftan just stared at her for a moment and then turned to the royal knights. Follow me. I'll show you a room where you can rest. Then he began to walk ahead to the back door toward the annex. As the guards followed him, the servants standing by started one by one to serve the guests. Max hid her disappointment and instructed the maids to show the attendants to their respective rooms and they hurriedly began to move their luggage. I've prepared the guest room on the 2nd floor of the Great Hall. The attendants are also on the same floor. Will that be all right, Your Grace? Of course. Thank you for your concern. I'll show you your room. Max turned around and walked up to the stairs on the red carpet. The princess walked next to her and looked around the castle with an interested look. I heard it's a castle older than the Drakium Palace, but it's well managed. Thank you. Although she did not intend to do so, Max was showing an overly polite attitude because she felt overwhelmed by the natural dignity of the princess. Even though she was dressed like a boy, her royal authority overflowed. She watched as Agnes took a couple of steps in the wide hall, looking around without showing any signs of displeasure. The royal princess was tall, which was rare for a woman. She looked like around 5 feet and 2 inches tall, approximately 174 centimeters, and her limbs were long and slender as those of a deer. Moreover, her face was a little far from the classic beauty that Max imagined in her head. Her lips were thick enough to look a little too big for her face and the almond-shaped elongated eyes were slightly raised upward, giving off a cat-like impression. Her face was pointed and thin like an arrowhead and the nose was high and straight. The word handsome was more appropriate than the word beautiful. Overall, Princess Agnes gave off a provocative and intense charm that was different from Rosetta's delicate and perfect beauty. Being here makes you feel like you've fallen into Rome's fort. Agnes expressed her appreciation of the great hall in a calm tone. "I'd like to take a closer look at the castle. Can you show me around?" The princess looked back at Max and narrowed her eyes. Her expression seemed friendly and at first glance easy, but there was a hint of something else in her blue eyes, as if she wanted to find out something. Max unknowingly shrugged his shoulders and nodded. "Of course, Your Grace." "Thank you. I'd like to wash up and change my clothes before that." "Where's the room?" "I'll show you, Your Grace. This way." Rudish, who was standing behind her, came forward and bowed politely. The princess smiled and turned gracefully. "Well, I'll see you later." Max looked at her back as she walked away, feeling a little lost. After their first encounter, it felt like she had already been swept away by the spirit of the royal princess. Please prepare a bath." "In the guest's room?" "Yes, my lady." Max gave strict orders to the remaining maids and then went down to the kitchen to check how the preparations for the welcome party were going. The spacious kitchen was crowded with servants preparing food for the guests. She wanted to see if there was a problem, but all she could think about was how well Riftan and Princess Agnes matched, like in a picture. Watching the appearance of a blonde beauty, who gave off a dazzling charm like the sun, and a handsome knight standing side by side, creating together a beautiful and intimidating atmosphere, could make anyone think they had just popped out of a storybook. Max thought it was not unreasonable that people wanted them to be together. She nervously bit her lips. Was it true that Riftan felt nothing for her? The princess seemed a little unusual, but she was nevertheless a pretty and charming woman. Wouldn't she catch men's eyes? "Madam, I'm about to prepare the lamb. Are you going to be all right?" Suddenly, a servant asked with a worried face. Max hurriedly turned away when she saw a black-bearded man with a lamb tied to a pole, sharpening a knife outside the wide-open door. She didn't really want to watch the scene, so she smiled awkwardly and hurried out of the kitchen. On the spacious hall where the sun was pouring, maids were busily running around with their arms full of white linen. The servants' sleeves were wet as they moved hot water from the sauna to the guests' rooms, and the sound of the firewood rang loudly in the backyard. Even the stable keepers looked busy feeding water and food to the horses that the guests rode. Max meticulously gave them instructions to work in an orderly manner. First, they were asked to bring bath water, soap, and clean towels so that the guests could properly rest, and then provide wine, biscuits, and pickled fruit if anyone wanted to drink or snack. After asking them to closely check if they needed anything else, Max went up to the banquet hall. In the evening, guests had to be served a welcoming dinner. She called 3 or 4 servants and ordered them to spread out 2 long tables at the banquet hall, then she chose a tablecloth, candlestick and utensils with Rodrigo. Since high-quality tableware made of gold, silver and glass could be stolen, as the hostess she had to figure out the number of everything. Max took an expensive golden candlestick from the warehouse, then carefully recorded the numbers of silver trays, plates, forks, and knives on the journal. After checking it twice, she counted the number of candles, firewood, and alcohol and food for the banquet. Alcohol and food couldn't possibly be scarce at dinner, however, they also didn't have to overdo it, as it would have been a waste if the guests didn't eat it all. In fact, they would have to throw it away. "Madam." In the midst of recording the amount of alcohol in the journal, Rudish approached her cautiously and Max looked at her with a curious look. "What? What happened?" "The royal princess asks if we can show her the castle now." "What shall we do?" I'll take care of it." Ordinary guests were expected to take a rest right after arriving at the castle, however Princess Agnes seemed to be full of energy after a long journey from the northern end of Sweden to the southern end. Max hurriedly finished the remaining records and handed them over to Rodrigo. When she came out of the banquet hall, she could see the royal princess, who had changed into a deep blue dress, walking out of the hallway. Max glided in front of her. "Thank you for preparing a nice room. The tapestry on the wall is wonderful." "Oh, of course, Your Grace." Princess Agnes smiled as Max replied in a passive manner. "You don't have to be so formal. You can call me Agnes, and I'd like to call you by your name too, would that be okay?" Max stared blankly at her as she was speaking, then nodded mechanically. The princess smiled, satisfied, then pulled her arm. "I want to look outside the Great Hall. Can you show me around?" Then the princess started to go down the stairs without waiting for her, and Max followed behind her like she was caught in a raging typhoon. Under the oak tree. Chapter 144. Max couldn't help but be embarrassed by her friendly behavior. She never thought that the princess would show a favorable attitude toward her, so she was utterly confused. The princess wanted to marry Riftan, didn't she? Is Riftan in the annex with the knights? Princess Agnes asked as she went out of the hall. The name of her husband flowed out so naturally from the prince's mouth that it made Max show a gloomy face. You might be, Your Grace. I'll have to ask you to show me around the training center later. I want to look around the castle first. Can we go up? Max hesitated for a moment, then nodded and guided her to a small, cobbled path surrounded by trees. As they walked along the narrow path for some time, the guards patrolling the outer walls appeared ahead. As soon as the soldiers spotted the princess and Max, they immediately bowed to greet them. Max explained to them that she was guiding Her Royal Highness around the castle, and then they went up the stairs, climbing the wall. Although the days were getting warmer, it was still early spring. In fact, Max flinched as the cold wind blew from the mountains. When they finally reached the top, she saw the long skirt of the royal princess fluttering like a flag as she was standing in front of the choir. Agnes stretched out her arms, letting the wind blow over her body, enjoying the refreshed feeling. It's a beautiful place. Max followed the royal princess and looked over the wall. The wind was blowing violently over the pointed peaks and steep hillsides, where snow had not yet melted. The princess fixed her eyes on the distant mountain and swept away her fluttering hair. Since this place has many monsters, I expected a land covered in blood as the entrance to the demon world. The princess calmly walked along the wall and turned to Max. But the town was bigger than I expected, and it seems that the market is developing too. To be honest, I was surprised. In spring, we expect a lot more merchants to come. Max mumbled, trying to remember what she had heard from Rodrigo. The princess stroked her chin with a thoughtful expression and sighed. So that's why Riftan is attached to this place. It must have taken a tremendous amount of effort to enrich this land that has been neglected for decades. Max felt her stomach clench. The princess herself spoke as if she knew and understood Riftan well, and this made her want to yell at the princess not to pretend to know her husband, but she just bit her lips, holding back the urge, surprised by the sudden and violent surge of emotions flowing from her. Her earlobes reddened. Riftan is working from dawn until late at night without a break. For Anatole. Riftan was like this during the expedition too. No one has ever seen him take a break. He showed no hesitation or weakness. That's why everyone called him Mago, out of amazement and fear. Go? It's a legendary monster who is said to never sleep or get tired and to have 100 lives. A bitter smile spread across her lips. It's a nickname given to him by the Holy Knights of Osiria, because he continued to act as if he had 100 lives. Even though Max heard about Riftan's recklessness from Ruth, her chest still tightened sharply. She quickly shrugged her shoulders to shake off the feeling, and the princess, who had been watching her with a calm gaze, slowly spoke. I was wondering what Mago's wife would be like. Who was the person he was so desperate to get back to the point where he would throw himself into the dragon fire without hesitation? Speechless, Max dampened her dry lips. Even though the princess wasn't criticizing her, Max felt like she was being blamed. Max knew well that she didn't deserve to be the wife of such a brave knight, and there was no way Agnes could not have noticed that. Seeing her shabby reflection in those beautiful blue eyes, it only grew more painful, so she turned away from her, even though she thought it was rude. The wind is cold, Your Grace. Let's go back inside the castle. Of course. Before coming down the stairs, Princess Agnes looked over the view of Anatole once more. Max looked up at her and walked ahead, as if she were running away. She felt anxious and confused, as if a strong cold wind had begun to blow in her heart. As the sun began to set, servants climbed up the ladder and lit candles on the chandelier, while the maids placed braziers filled with red charcoal throughout the banquet hall and prepared appetizing food to put on the wide table. Max sat there, alongside Riftan. The royal princess and her attendants sat directly at the opposite side of the table, and the knights filled the rest. When the servants poured fragrant wine in their glasses, Riftan lifted his golden glass and spoke. Welcome to the guests who have come a long way. The people sitting around the table raised their glasses in unison. The royal princess, sitting across from him, also smiled gracefully, raising high her glass filled with fluttering wine. Thank you for welcoming me. It must have been a tiring journey. You must be hungry. Go ahead and eat. When an old knight shouted loudly, the princess smiled and raised the glass to her mouth. Taking that as a signal, everyone took their knife and fork and began to eat and drink. Max mechanically put the bread in her mouth and scanned the people on the long table. The royal knights were joking with the Ream Dragon Knights and their acquaintances, while the royal princess was exchanging stories with the knights too. Max was surprised by the princess's behavior. She didn't seem to care about the etiquette a lady should follow. Right in that moment, Princess Agnes laughed out loud and hit the shoulder of the gentleman sitting next to her, her voice booming and attracting everyone's attention, but she wasn't showing any signs of intimidation even among men who were much larger than her. And surprisingly, the knights were delighted by her unrefined demeanor. "I want to look around Anatole tomorrow. Can you show me around?" The royal princess, who was talking to the knight sitting next to her, suddenly looked at Riftan with dazzling eyes. He wet his mouth with wine and answered heartlessly, "Aslan will guide you." "Hey, brusque lord, don't even try to treat me so lightly. I travel to the ends of the earth to see you. I've never asked you to do it." The knights frowned at his rude reply and Max stared at the princess's expression with a nervous look. No matter how famous the knight was in the whole continent, it couldn't be tolerated to be so rude to the royal family. However, instead of getting angry and yelling at him, Agnes burst into laughter as if she had heard an interesting story. "Your personality is still the same." Then the princess smiled strangely and turned to Max. "Then, will Lady Calypso guide me through the estate?" Riftan, who was cutting a thick piece of lamb with his knife, stopped and looked at the princess. Max felt uncomfortable when the topic of the conversation was suddenly redirected to her and blinked blankly. Regardless of the reaction her words had caused, Princess Agnes continued softly. "I want to get to know you better." "Your Highness." Riftan put down his knife loudly so that everyone could hear a crackling sound and spit out a chillingly soft voice. "If you don't mind getting up early in the morning, I'll show you around." "Oh my God, I didn't think I would receive such special treatment from the Lord himself." The princess replied sarcastically despite Riftan's cold demeanor, showing any signs of intimidation. The scene seemed like a quarrel between a loving couple, so Max's face hardened. Just imagining Riftan and the princess have a cozy tour of the estate made her jealousy grow and she opened her mouth impulsively. I'll show you around, Your Grace." Riftan turned his head towards her in surprise and she did her best to sound calm. "Riftan. Why, you're busy, so may I show her around?" "What are you talking about? You yourself came here only last fall." Riftan's direct reply made her cheeks redden. "Well, I've been to the market. And outside the city with Ruth." "Outside?" Riftan interrupted her with a surprised tone. Max looked up and saw a dangerous glint in his eyes. Come to think of it, she had never told him that she had gone down to the area affected by the monster attack while he was away from the castle. Max carefully examined the faces of the knights sitting around the table. Sir Caron, who was sitting at the end, shook his head fiercely, as telling her not to talk about it. She swallowed dry saliva. She had only done natural things as the wife of the Lord, but Riftan might not see it that way. Max hurriedly changed the topic of the conversation, recalling his anger for not telling him in advance that she was learning magic. Well, what I want to say is, I know Anatole well enough, so I can show Her Highness around. Stop it. I can't let you wander outside the castle defenselessly. Oh, my God, I'm good. Princess Agnes skillfully intervened in the conversation and Riftan looked at her annoyed. Your Highness is capable of protecting herself, but my wife is different. She's never been outside of Qua Castle in her entire life. Hey, if it's only within the territory, I can do it too. Max glared at him in a fit of rage. Her pride was deeply hurt because he was openly treating her as an incompetent child in front of the royal princess. She could feel her cheeks burning, but she continued to protest fiercely. And I didn't spend my whole life at Qua Castle. There was the trip from the duchy to Anatole. Lord, what are you worried about when the guards are escorting them? Baron crept out to take her side. If you are still worried, I will accompany them. Riftan's face grew increasingly grim and Max's heart sank at his expression, afraid he would yell at her, but she didn't want to back down. Indeed, she wanted to prevent the two of them from being alone together at any cost. Riftan. You didn't even have enough time to sleep because you've been busy. Leave it to me. Let me attend to my guests. Riftan's face was slightly confused by her rare stubbornness, but after a long silence, not without hesitation, he eventually raised the white flag. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Under the oak tree. Chapter 145. Riftan glared at Agnes, who was smiling in triumph. You're fine with that? He said. What can I say when I'm just a guest? I'm thankful you're letting your wife accompany me. The princess placed one hand on her chest, mocking a salute. At that moment Max blushed, wishing she could be half as confident as her, and felt sorry for Agnes since it was because of her weakness that Riftan felt compelled to send a guard to accompany them. However, at the same time she was elated that she had obtained his permission to leave the castle. Riftan looked at the royal princess without smiling. "You haven't changed a bit." His tone was flat and unwelcoming, yet Max could feel her heart stop. It seemed that Agnes was used to his rudeness, otherwise how could Riftan dare address the princess like that? There seemed to be an invisible bond between them that had developed over their adventures together. Max looked down, feeling the tension. The mood subsided quickly, but she could not shake off how casual Riftan had talked to Agnes, without titles or honorifics. She was an ally who had fought in battle with him. The Reamdragon Knights, Ruth, and the princess, all of them had earned Riftan's trust. And yet, his wife had done nothing. What had she done to deserve any affection and trust from him? As her face darkened with these thoughts, Riftan frowned and grazed the strands of her hair with his fingertips. "You can do whatever you like. Don't be upset now." Max smiled weakly, trying to hide the jealousy dwelling inside her. Riftan gave a small smile in relief and then took a sip of wine. Since his expression was soft, she suddenly felt the urge to crawl onto his knees to kiss him. She wanted to touch his beautiful, masculine face, bury her face in his wide chest, and breathe in his scent forever. Why did she have to desire him like this? If anyone found out what she was thinking. Max covered her face with her glass, pretending to be thirsty. These emotions were so new to her and she felt lonely, like a lost child in a foreign place. Max only remembered taking a sip to get rid of the uneasy feelings she had, but when she woke up, she found herself in bed. She blinked confusedly in the dark. Riftan was next to her, removing the accessories from her hair and untying the straps of her loosened dress. "F-king torture," he grunted and stripped off the remainder of Max's dress. She frowned, looking at him from underneath her eyelashes, and he saw her lying there, defenseless in her thin, see-through chemise. "I want you, but I can't. Not when you're like this. Do you know how difficult you're making things for me?" Max wanted to say that he didn't have to hold back, but no words came from her mouth. She didn't deserve his concern since she had been distracted and had drunk excessively, so his self-restraint only made her more ashamed and self-conscious. She wanted him to have her if he sincerely wished it, to see her as someone elegant and not poor or shabby. She wanted him to be hard for her. Only in his arms could she forget her anxiety and loneliness. Riftan sat on the bed and touched her disheveled hair, brushed her cheeks with a burning gaze and then grabbed her fingers before touching her breasts, too severely tempted to resist any longer. Max gave a sharp intake of breath and pushed her chest out, wanting his hands to touch her more. Riftan breathed heavily before their mouths met, his moist tongue tasted like wine on Max's lips. Her ears were beet red from the pleasure and she blinked under her heavy eyelids, waiting for him to roll up her chemise and induce heat between her legs. Riftan's large hands seemed to be burning a hole on her torso, fingers flickering around, as if longing to caress her entire body. But it didn't go any further. Riftan slowly moved away inside, the bed shifted as he rose. Feeling disappointed, Max soon fell asleep again. Max opened her eyes when she felt something dry and scratchy tickle her cheek. Roy, the black kitten, had begun to lick the bridge of her nose. She rubbed her face and rose from the bed. Riftan had already disappeared earlier, as if he had never even been there last night. Max washed her face and called for her maid, Rudish. Fortunately, her head wasn't split with pain from a hangover like last time. "My lady, the Princess Agnes went out early this morning to view the training grounds. She asked you to join her when you awoke." "What should I tell her?" Rudish said. She imagined the long journey from the royal palace to Anatole. Despite the travel, Princess Agnes was already up and about before her, unfatigued and ready to view the town. Max snapped her eyes shut for a moment, before quickly pulling a cape over her shoulders. Please help me prepare to go out with Her Highness. We will go by carriage to see the town. But I don't know the city that well. I'll need a maid. Then I'll go with you." Max was relieved that Rudish didn't need further instructions. She didn't even know the directions from the castle to the market square. "Gee, good. Then tell Princess Agnes that we will depart soon." Max walked quickly through the great hall towards the training grounds. Agnes didn't seem like a bad person, but she was still uncomfortable with her. It wasn't just because of the previous rumors about Riftan marrying her. Max still didn't know why the princess had come to Anatole in the first place, so she had to be alert. Agnes was a prestigious wizard. Had she really come from the north to Anatole to simply see a temple? I know that even if she has an ulterior movie. I don't have the means to stop her, but... When Max saw the training field within sight, she tried her best to keep her depressing thoughts at bay. The weather was sunnier than yesterday, the wind was chilly, the air was hot and the ground was turning green from early spring. As the clouds shifted lazily in the blue sky, Max stepped past the gates into the training field and caught Agnes' distinct accent among the other shouts reverberating in the air. The princess was wearing a knight's uniform. Max was half impressed and half scandalized by the princess's audacity. She was not only wearing pants like a male again that day, but had also added silver armor and wielded a sword. She moved nimbly, like a dancer, as she sparred and attacked her opponent, listening to the instructions that were yelled at her. "Your lower body is open. Lower your posture to defend yourself." The voice echoed sharply over the field. Max turned mechanically only to see that it was Aslan instructing the princess. After Riftan had punched him, Max had not seen the knight, except from a distance. Sir Riftan was still on the stairs, bellowing encouragement. The princess sat on the floor to rest. "Really? I thought I trained well, but I couldn't even land a single attack," Agnes grumbled. At her complaint, Aslan smiled and sheathed his sword, letting the scabbard dangle on his waist belt. "If I had a hard time training with a wizard, I would be expelled from the knights." The voice coming from the gentleman who always looked at Max disapprovingly was an incredibly soft and gentle. "But your skills are much better than before." The princess stood up, muttering with a grumpy face. "You say that, but you don't even have a drop of sweat." Max hesitated before descending the stairs to join them. The princess took a towel from a servant and wiped her face. When she saw Max, she smiled kindly. "Good morning, Maximilian." "Gee, good morning. Was your room so comfortable?" "I slept well, thank you." Agnes frowned slightly at Max. "Please speak with me comfortably. No need for formalities." "Why, Your Royal Highness, to speak without honorifics." "I can't." "Maximilian is a cautious person," she observed, nodding. "Then, at least call me Agnes." "I would like that. It keeps me from getting a swelled head since I won't be constantly reminded that I'm royalty." The princess was such a very confident person that Max couldn't look at her intense blue eyes directly, so she lowered her gaze with negative emotions swelling in her heart. "You understand, Miss Agnes. Good. Now, I still want to see the town. Are you ready to leave?" "Why, yes. I gave instructions to prepare the sea carriage. It may be easier to ride by horse," Agnes said. "There will be one maid. With us." The princess knitted her eyebrows before shrugging. "Well, let's try it your way," she said amiably. Aslan, who was standing behind the princess and silent, looked briefly at Max, slightly shook his head and then turned to follow the princess. A lavish carriage pulled by 2 thoroughbred horses stood at the front gates. Max climbed into the carriage and sat beside Rudish. When the princess was ready, she came with a guardsman and sat opposite to them, while the 2 escorts, Baron and Aslan, flanked the carriage on their horses. When all the preparations were completed, the coachman raised the whip and the carriage started to move out of the castle grounds. Under the oak tree. Chapter 146. Max opened the carriage window and looked outside the castle. White birch trees were lined neatly along the road with warm sunlight filtering around the tree leaves. Agnes smiled serenely while the birds were twittering. "I'm glad the weather is good. Yesterday I was worried because the rain clouds were moving closer. It seems they drifted west instead." She pushed her head out of the window, breathed in deeply, and then looked at Max. "Where are we heading first?" First we'll go to the square." The town square was the busiest place in town, close to the market, with shopkeepers littering the streets with merchandise. Agnes smiled and nodded in agreement. "When I first came to Anatole, I passed by the square. There were many interesting bars and vendors." "Princess, you don't expect to be in a bar again this time?" her attendant said quietly, in a harsh tone. His clothes were ironed and neat. He coughed and touched his trimmed beard. "The princess adores alcohol, so much that she cannot live without it," he told Max. "Any town she goes to, she has the inclination to stop by a bar." "Miss Agnes, would you like to go to the village bee bar?" Max said. Max looked at Agnes with an alarmed expression. She had heard that knights sometimes stopped by the bars that local commoners occupied, but she had never heard of a lady going to a bar. Agnes answered seriously. "Oh no, I don't enjoy alcohol. I go to those kinds of place to gather information. Many visitors stop by inns and bars. It's the best place to hear what the public is thinking. That sort of information gathering can be left to your guard. The princess just likes alcohol." "The last drinking game you had with your guard. When I think of the princess's actions, I'm too ashamed to face His Majesty." "I didn't do anything embarrassing," Agnes said, annoyed. "I hate missing the fun. I should be able to laugh, brag about my feats, and enjoy myself with everyone. That's how I form bonds with my team." She raised her pointy chin proudly. "I believe that trust between all of us will motivate us to overcome all hardships together." "What does drinking an excessive amount of alcohol have to do with trust?" her attendant said, before dropping the matter. Agnes pursed her lips, as if she were about to sulk, and then waved her hand dismissively at him. "Ugh, always nagging as usual, Seville. I wasn't going to bother Lady Calypso anyway with asking to go to a bar." Max laughed nervously, unsure of how to act. The princess lived so roughly, like a knight. Surely, being a magician allowed her to live differently from the average noblewoman. Maybe if Max could perform stronger magic, she could be able to travel like her and go to exciting places like bars. The world was so vast, and she had hardly seen any of it. It seemed exciting to venture wherever she liked, but would Riftan be okay with giving her so much freedom? Suddenly, the carriage started to shake. "The road is uneven. Please hold on tight," the coachman said, opening the front seat window, and everyone in the carriage held on to the door handles. As the coachman warned, the wagon began to move dangerously. From inside, it felt like an earthquake had started. Max sat straighter, feet planted firmly on the ground to keep her from slipping off the seat. The forest path soon ended to show a stream with a fast current and a water mill. The carriage started moving downhill over an arch bridge. Soon, frequently used roads, wooden buildings, and tents emerged over the horizon. Max was impressed. The town was livelier than she expected. On the main road, carts and wagons were being driven by people egging on their donkeys and horses. "I already noticed it yesterday, but the buildings here are quite tall," Agnes said admiringly. It was true. The buildings rose so high that that area could no longer be considered a small town on the continent's outskirts. The construction of the three-story buildings had finished and the streets were littered with visitors and merchants. As the Leviathans brought more goods, the stores grew in number, Rudish said softly. Back then, the mercenary visits brought business not only to the restaurants and hotels here, but to the arms dealers and blacksmith. "I knew that this town was growing in number, but not to this extent," Agnes muttered softly. Max became anxious after seeing her thoughtful expression. Her reaction was strange. Again, she couldn't fathom why the princess had visited Anatole at all. She turned away to view the village scenery. "I heard that Riftan has been at the quarry since the early morning. Are you planning to expand the estate?" Agnes asked. "He plans to construct a road that will connect the Peaport and the rest of the land. At least, that is what I heard." The princess opened her eyes wide at her response and became interested in the business. "If you reconstruct the road for larger traffic and reorganize the route to the port, this will become the shortest route to bridge the southern and western continents. Then Anatole will become a metropolitan, commercial city." She didn't seem completely pleased with these prospects. Max's heart sunk. Maybe Riftan had been acting outside of the royal family's interests. She didn't know if he was under surveillance. Although their journey had just started, she could feel a drop of cold sweat flowing down her back. As if Agnes noticed that Max was getting uncomfortable, she quickly changed attitude and talked more good-naturedly. "Of course, the monsters are still an issue. If you don't get rid of the monster habitats surrounding Anatole, it will not be easy to convince the South Continent to trade along this route. Lord Calypso's reputation may be the turning point to convince the Southern Continent," the attendant said. Max looked quietly at him and the princess, who were both occupied viewing the crowded buildings and intricate streets filled with horse-driven carriages. Was Agnes right in assuming that Anatole would become a new metropolitan? Although there were many people in the streets, Anatole was still a small estate that laid near the countryside. Between the castle gate and main town, old houses were still being used, with people who kept small orchards or raised sheep, goats, chickens, and geese in fenced areas. Max felt a little disappointed that the peaceful countryside might disappear because of the industrialization. "I want to see the market. Why don't we start walking around here?" Agnes said. Max nodded, opened the front window, and asked to stop the carriage. After a while, the carriage stopped on a secluded road, and the coachman opened the door. "Would you still like to stop here to see the market?" the footman asked. Max nodded and stepped out of the carriage, followed by Baron and Uzlan. "Leave the horses by the carriage. I will escort the ladies," Baron said. "Why me?" Uzlan started, but closed his mouth when he saw Max, then took the horses to the side where they could rest without saying anything else. Baron threw a coin to the coachman for a repast, organized the guards and led Max and Agnes to the crowded marketplace. It was busier than the last time Max had come with Ruth. On both sides of the road, merchants were huddled in thick tents, while mercenaries were trading demon bones and gemstones. Agnes, who viewed the scene comfortably, suddenly pointed to a stall at the end of the road. "Should we eat lunch there?" she said. The place had several crudely made wooden tables, with some worn, old travelers sitting around a keg, eating food and playing card games. To sit and eat there. Max looked at the place that was too poor to be called a restaurant. A woman who was grilling meat on a fire pit pulled a whole, live chicken on the cutting board, planning to roast it on a spit, and raised her knife high above the rooster's neck. Max panicked and looked away quickly, but the rooster's scream continued echoing. Soon enough, the headless rooster was hung upside down on a rope. Max looked back and flinched when she saw it revolving. The woman instead was calm as she put a bowl under the rooster's neck to collect the blood, and then wiped her hands on her apron. Max covered her mouth in shock and turned back to Agnes. Maybe it is too early for lunch." "Don't say that," Agnes said. "At least eat a little. Look how fresh and delicious the grilled chicken is here." She did not seem offended by the chef's bloody skills. Max broke out in a sweat, but luckily the attendant interjected. "How do you expect a princess to eat off the market streets?" He shook his head, striding past the mock kitchen. "Princess, we did not come here to play, but to inspect Anatole under the name of the king. Let's finish our tour and return to the castle quickly." "Ugh, killjoy," Agnes booed, but relented, and passed by the stall. Max sighed in relief before walking after them. The princess took great attention on the market. She investigated the quality and price of goods carefully, and checked the competency of the shopkeepers. Sometimes, she asked questions about the town to Max. "How do you manage your security here?" "The G-guards come about 3 or 4 times a day to patrol the village. Sentries stay along the wall. There are also control points to enter the area. No one can enter the premises without an eye identification card from the temple." "What happens when someone disobeys?" Agnes said. When Max didn't know the answer to the princess' question, she grew silent and confused. Under the oak tree. Chapter 147. Rudish spoke up quietly to Agnes. "Your Highness, if a criminal commits fraud or steals, the general law to resolve the matter is to pay back the victim 10 times the cost of the equipment or lost business. If the criminal cannot pay, he will have to conduct labor accordingly." Agnes stroked her chin. "It's more generous than I expected. In the capital, they cut off their wrists right away." She sounded used to violence. "How are murderers condemned?" Rudish answered calmly. "If convicted, murderers are exiled or hanged. The verdict is usually influenced by the victim's family. If no family exists, the decision is based on the priest, who acts on the will of God." Max became more depressed. Even though she was the lady of the land, it was embarrassing how little she knew about Anatole. "Look at that crowd of women." Agnes suddenly pointed. "What are they staring at in that stall?" Max looked up. In a narrow alleyway, more than a dozen village girls were squabbling. The princess grew excited and grabbed her arm, wanting to get into the pandemonium. "What in God's name are they arguing about?" Agnes said. The village women were in a catfight to retrieve the best fabrics piled on rows of shelves. Max had no idea about what was happening. She stayed silent like a silly noodle and looked at her maid, Rudish. There. What is that?" Max asked her, referring to the fabrics. "My lady, those are accessories that are worn around the waist. When the spring festival starts, the village girls twist these fabrics around their waists, wear flowers in their hair, and sing songs in the fields." "Is this a tradition referring to the nymph who was Uigru's lover?" Agnes said. Rudish nodded and responded courteously to her. According to the legend, the nymph had seduced the hero, Uigru, by wrapping a piece of cloth around his waist and bestowing him with a flower garland on his head. For centuries, the maidens in Anatole have dressed to represent the oak spirit in the spring and sing songs in the field. It is a very well-kept tradition. Agnes' eyes brightened. "Us too." "Why yes?" Max said. "Maximilian, you can't miss a festival in your own town. Let's participate in this one together." Ignoring Max's response, Agnes grabbed her arm again and pulled the two of them among the fighting maidens. Max's scream died in her throat. Her hair was pulled by the girls shoving each other, shoulder to shoulder, who also mussed her clothes. However, she could not escape since Agnes' grip on her arm was too strong and she felt like crying. "How about this?" Agnes said. The princess was in her element. She pushed women out of the way, got into the middle of the throng and grabbed a purple piece of cloth, then shook it in front of Max's face, who nodded alarmed. She was still struggling in the crowd, her stomach was cramping, and it felt like Agnes was going to tear her arm out of her sleeve. She just wanted to leave, but the princess was not finished yet. Agnes frowned at the piece of cloth she held. Green or yellow would suit you best, Maximilian, it would complement your red hair nicely. Well, anything is fine enough for me. What do you think? Blue would suit me best, wouldn't it? Agnes said casually. Wouldn't this match the color of my eyes? Well, aye. Max screamed when the crowd pushed her roughly. The village women were shouting, shoving, and pulling on one another's hair and dresses. She had never had an experience like this, to be pushed back and forth, while she was in shock. Agnes finally decided on 2 fabrics she liked and threw 3 coins to the stall owner. I'm buying these 2, Agnes shouted. Is this enough? Oh, of course. Let me get the change. No change, thank you, Agnes shouted happily and drew back from the crowd. Max retreated with her, touching her tousled hair and loosened dress. Baron, who had fallen back to watch, sighed. Princess, won't you please avoid these types of situations? What if you were struck badly? Or if someone found out about your identity? Omo, are you worried that those feisty country maidens could hurt me? Agnes laughed, still excited about her experience. Baron softened his voice and talked paternally. I spoke wrongly. Those girls were the ones in danger. Your Highness was pushing and aggravating them as if they were harmless reeds. Agnes snorted at his sarcasm and turned to Max. She was half listening and when noticed Agnes' gaze, flinched. The princess gave her a red cloth with a genuine smile. This is a thank you gift for guiding me around Anatole. I picked this for you because it reminded me of the color of your hair. Thank you. Max hesitated before accepting the gift, and Agnes smiled satisfied. Max looked at the fabric she was given, that had a rough texture. She was confused. Why was Agnes being so nice to her? She watched the princess, who was holding a blue piece of cloth around her waist. Should I tie it around me like this? She asked prudish. Yes, tie it this way to keep it from touching the ground. Maximilian, try your gift on, too, Agnes said. Aye, to de-dress in public. Max unraveled the fabric in her hands and made a nervous expression and Agnes shrugged her shoulders. All right, you get a pass today. However, we're going together to the spring festival for sure. Agnes batted her eyelashes and smiled softly, then began to walk quickly through the marketplace again. Max folded her gift and went after her slowly. The group continued to walk around for an hour and a half before returning to the carriage. During this time, Agnes had purchased on a whim 5 gemstones, dragon scales, wyvern monster leather and a variety of medicinal herbs. Her enthusiasm over the herbs reminded Max of Ruth's bargaining in the marketplace. Were all wizards obsessed with rare herbs and magical items? I can see why merchants take the risk to travel to Anatole, Agnes said. There are many rare herbs here, and the gemstones are comparably cheaper than in the rest of the kingdom. According to our wizard, there are a lot of rare herbs in the Anatorium Mountains, Baron said. Because of the monsters there, it's also easy to get monster bones, skins, and gemstones. The knight continued to pack Agnes' purchases in the back of the carriage and she stared at him, confused. I see that you're selling monster parts in the marketplace, and yet you don't dare interfere with the church nearby? In Anatole, the Protestants, not to mention the Catholics, have virtually no power. Although the church exists, it is only a place to raise orphans with funds the captain provides. The church has only recently congregated. It used to be just land. Agnes pointed and shouted. What's this? I'm jealous. Max was confused. Why are you jealous? From a wizard's point of view, this scenario is ideal. Wizards and priests often don't see eye to eye. Agnes huffed. Priests often see us as beings working against God's will. She took a seat inside the carriage. Max recalled the priest who had mentored her in her youth and could not imagine the man hostile to wizards. She asked, confused. Why? To use magic is amazing. Any noble would want a wizard. Wizards only began to be a commodity when this war started, Agnes said. Once the fights over land increased, ransoms on wizards increased a lot. Since I knew wizards were needed to support my father's reign, I convinced the Protestant sector to take a more tolerant position on magic. Today, magicians are so powerful that the church must accept them. According to traditional doctrine, magic is a demon's power that refutes God's will. Demons are evil spirits, and it is sacrilegious to trade demon bones, scales, and gemstones. The princess took out a red gemstone she had recently purchased and sighed. The Catholic Church still strongly influences the trading of monster parts, and usually only allows mana stones to be traded. If you're caught trading monster bones, scales, or skins, you are referred to them. I have only been able to make a few magic tools, myself, since resources are limited. Do Protestants allow tea trade? Max said. Protestants allow people to trade gemstones, monster bones, scales, and even monster skins freely. However, trading the blood or flesh of a monster is strictly prohibited. Max frowned. What would you do with the blood or flesh? She had heard that mana stones and bones from monsters and dragons could be used for magic equipment, such as using scales and skin to make armor. But how could one use the blood or flesh? Agnes smiled, amused at her trepidation. They can be used for black magic or alchemy. There are rumors that some people even consume monster flesh. Eating that, Max exclaimed. Under the oak tree. Chapter 148. It wasn't just Max. Rudish and the attendant in the carriage made faces as if they were sick, and Agnes burst into laughter. It's only a rumor. If you're caught, you'll just be exiled from the church. You would have to be crazy to attempt it, anyway. Ripples in the water exist once they are made. Seville, the attendant said. It's madness to consider eating monster flesh. He covered his mouth with his sleeve as if he were about to vomit. Anyway, it is usually easy enough to make magical tools in Dristan, the state bordering here, Agnes said. The problem is getting the materials. Buying the materials requires permission from the government. Although a black market exists, the prices there are astronomically expensive. Wizards in the capital often come down to the southern provinces to buy materials at cheaper prices, since Protestantism is more prevalent there. Tea then, is tea that YW wizards are coming to Anatole often? Max said. From what we've seen today, that seems to be the case, doesn't it? There were a good amount of wizards in town bartering with the merchants. Perhaps part of the reason wizards are coming to Anatole is because the church has less influence here. As Agnes had said before, wizards flocking into Anatole would be a great blessing to the province. There were just not that many wizards who lived here permanently. The province needed 3 times as many healers than they had now to adequately support their wounded after monster attacks. Even if more and more wizards come to Anatole, the traffic will stop in the wintertime. Agnes observed, thoughtfully. You really need wizards to settle here to make a permanent difference. Maximilian, are you a Protestant? I in the Duchy of Groix, our head priest was Catholic. He preached about the Tea Testaments strictly. Max began to add quickly, in case Agnes misunderstood. But he was a pragmatic person and did not openly oppose magic. Magic is useful like swordsmanship. God gave us magical resources. Thank you for speaking like this. The princess smiled gently. Max didn't mention that she was currently learning magic, too. It would be too embarrassing to speak about her feeble attempts of harnessing mana to Agnes, who was already an archmage. She coughed and couldn't stop the blood from rising to her cheeks, as the princess suddenly knocked the carriage door to get the coachman's attention. Where are we going now? Agnes said. We're going to the castle. Seville grunted. Haven't we been at the marketplace long enough already? I'm exhausted. Before the sun goes down, I want to wash away the dust that's been cast on me today and rest. He stretched his legs out. Besides Agnes and the knights, the group was tired. And so, the carriage drove to the outskirts of the town and returned to the castle in a roundabout way. The sun was soon setting, turning the sky in a brilliant red. When the carriage finally stopped, Max stepped out to see purple clouds among an amber-colored sky. Her shoulders and neck were stiff from being on her tiptoes around Agnes. She frowned and started heading to the main hall when someone wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled Max tightly against his chest. She looked back in surprise to see Riftan hugging her from behind. It must have been hard to be dragged along all day. Omo, what are you saying? Agnes said. You make it sound as if I were taking Max everywhere by force. The princess stepped down from the carriage. Aslan was helping her down out of courtesy and grunted at Riftan's comment, but covered his mouth to hide it. Riftan ignored her and shifted his arm to hug Max around her shoulders. He kissed her head softly. Max's face reddened. Although he was often physically affectionate, it was still embarrassing for her to receive intimacy in public. At the same time, Max's heart jumped with joy and she felt ticklish on the back of her neck. As Riftan caressed her neck with his thumb, she got goosebumps. Captain, has the patrol been completed? He Baron said. I was going to join later in the night to help investigate the area. Any issues so far? He continued to unpack Agnes' purchases from the carriage. Riftan sighed and released his arm from Max. We stopped early. There's something we need to discuss. Gather all the knights to the meeting room. Captain, right now? Yes, Riftan said. Baron stretched his lips out like a duck, annoyed by his bluntness. Max also bit her lip, a bit disappointed that she wouldn't be able to spend time with him that evening. Ignoring the others, Riftan gently pushed her back toward the great hall. Go back to the room and rest. You've been through a lot, today. She hesitated before signaling Rudish to come with her. Was Agnes going to retire as well? At that moment, the princess said to Riftan straightforwardly. Please let me join the meeting. I will help if I can, based on the history of our alliance. Thank you. Riftan nodded. Max stood still and watched Baron, Uslan, Riftan and Agnes walk to the knights' quarters across the field. The group had left to the meeting room. Max's heart ached for no reason, and her stomach felt upset. She headed up the stairs quickly, trying to shake off her uneasiness. She stayed in the room, ate dinner alone, and spent the evening watching the kittens playing on the floor. Riftan and the knights didn't come out of their meeting until it was very late. The topic of their discussion was still a mystery. The maids told Max that they brought meals to the conference room for them. She was tired but tried her best not to fall asleep, so she lit a candle on her desk and started reading a book with ancient text. After a long time, the door clicked open and Riftan walked in without making a sound. Have you finished? Max said. Riftan, who was throwing off his armor in the dark, stopped and looked over his shoulder at her. I thought you'd be sleeping already. He took off his shirt and tossed it to the floor before getting closer to her. You must have been tired from going out today. Why are you still awake? And no, I'm not too tired. Riftan's forehead creased as he touched her cheek and lightly swept the hair from around her dark eyes with his rough, calloused thumb. You've been decorating the garden and welcomed the guests. There's no need to overdo yourself. I'm okay. Riftan, you work much harder. His touch felt good on Max's cheek. She instinctively tilted her head and rubbed her lips against the palm of his hand. He flinched and groaned, then covered her lips with his. Riftan's mouth was a little cold to Max and his tongue tasted faintly of wine. It's been difficult to hold back. Riftan muttered darkly, obviously trying to control himself. He wrapped her face in his hands and rubbed the strands of hair curling around Max's ear. His face was turning a golden color from the candlelight, which gave him the appearance of a devil. But I don't want to force you, if you don't like it. I don't mind. Max slowly wrapped her fingers around Riftan's arm. She had missed him so much. Riftan was struck dumb. As soon as he saw the assent on her face, he groaned like a beast and began to kiss her, almost violently. Max touched his hair and reciprocated, her body feeling hot. Riftan undressed her quickly and grabbed her breasts. Without preamble, she slid her hands against his firm chest as well. He was like a hunting dog without a leash who couldn't hold back his enthusiasm. He soon moved their position to the bed, where he began to move his hands between her legs, hungrily pouring kisses below her knees as if he wanted to swallow her whole. When he lost reason, he began to fill her with his body. After a beat, Max began to melt from the intense pleasure. The grinding went on until she climaxed, and the worries in her heart burned away. Yet a small corner of her chest felt hollow, despite the flashy pleasure. Max rested her head against Riftan's arm and gazed at the canopy above the bed. She couldn't imagine why she didn't feel satisfied after being with him in that way. What could she do to get rid of this anxiety, despite how nicely he treated her? She had never felt this way before she had met him. Has your day been difficult? Riftan asked, worried. He had felt Max tense and began to rub her skin that was still cold with sweat. She shook her head and buried her face in his shoulder. Riftan frowned, as if he didn't believe her, and cupped Max's pink, puffy breasts with one hand, rubbing them softly and resting his lips on her shoulder. Has Agnes started her useless games again? He said. You useless? What do you mean? Riftan raised his head and frowned a bit. Here, come lie on top of me. Regarding what you've said. Don't you understand? The princess is calculating. She's a genius at opening people's minds with a few choice words. She has the ability to make people feel as if their insides were pushed out and manipulate them at will. I'm worried that she may have treated you badly. Max was shocked by his words. How could he gossip so calmly about the princess like that? She squeezed her legs around his iron-hard calves and crunched her toes together. You two look good together, Max said stubbornly. What? Riftan said. His eyes widened in disbelief and then laughed at the ridiculous statement. Have you seen how I treat Agnes? Why in hell do you think we look good together? Riftan. Why you treat her like Uslin, he Baron, and the other knights. That's why it seems you two have a good relationship. He raised his head to look at Max's expression. She was embarrassed to show her jealousy out in the open. Riftan instead gave her a mean smile. If you think about it that way, I suppose our relationship is not that bad. She's annoying, but a great woman of skill, and not arrogant like most royals. But that's it. We're only comrades, and I've never thought of getting close to Agnes that way. She probably feels the same. Riftan, how can you be sure? During the dragon expedition, we were together for almost a year, but none of us had the desire to cross that line. Max resisted asking what he meant by crossing that line, feeling that the truth would hurt her more. She hated that they had spent a year together. Even though she knew she could trust Riftan, her stomach became upset again. As if noticing that she was still uncomfortable, Riftan blushed and spat out. You also have a good relationship with Ruth. Max raised her head in shock. How had Ruth's name suddenly cropped up? Under the oak tree. Chapter 149. Riftan looked down at Max's face. I don't think you want to sleep with him, he said sharply, as if checking her response. And no. Of course not, Max said. She was stung by his words, as if he had insulted her. She spoke up heatedly, in case Riftan was still concerned about Ruth. Well, I promise. Even thinking that, I never considered. Ruth too. He and I would never betray Riftan. I know, he whispered, subdued. He gently sucked on Max's lips. That was just an example. I don't hate the princess. She's a reliable companion, but I've never thought of kissing her like this. Max enjoyed Riftan's chin rubbing against her, which had a slightly scratchy texture. What I feel for Agnes is different to how I feel for you. What do you mean exactly? She gazed at Riftan's manly face with shaky eyes. They only shared a bed together, she was only a small part of his life. He saw her expression and pressed her face against his chest. You are my only family, he sighed over the top of her head. Max's heart began to beat quickly at his declaration. She stopped breathing for a moment and contemplated his words. Family. She had never considered the concept before. Yes, they were family indeed, he was her husband, and she was his wife. Suddenly, she felt a lump in her throat. Riftan moved his hand and began rubbing her stomach to lighten the mood. And if we have a child someday, our family will consist of 3. Oh, a child. Would you like one? A birth would be good. It would be agreeable if we could see the child crawling on the floor while having red hair and gray eyes. I think black hair for the baby would be nice, Max murmured, choking up. She felt happy just imagining a beautiful child who resembled her husband. To be with Riftan and have his child. Since arriving to Anatole, Max had been wrapped around several adventures and tasks, so she hadn't even considered becoming pregnant, but thinking about it now, it wouldn't be strange to finally have a child. Her eyes became unfocused as she started daydreaming. What would it feel like to hold a soft, milk-white baby against her chest and brush the baby's heavy, black hair? Watching the child's rosy lips pucker? Could she even begin to imagine the joy she would feel when the child would call her mother? Max's heart rate increased as she thought happily about the future. However, a sour thought came to her mind. It had been almost half a year since she came to Anatole. Was it normal that she had no child yet? According to the nanny who raised her, menstruation stopped when women became pregnant. If so, she should expect to not have her period again since last month, right? Although Riftan had left the castle several times, they went to bed together so frequently. Max became anxious as she recalled her mother, who had suffered from not being able to bear any sons. Sleep now, Riftan told her. He reached out to turn off the lamp and pulled the blanket up to Max's chin. She fell into his warm arms and tried to forget about her dark predictions. The time just hasn't come yet, she thought. Some couples had children only after 3 or 4 years since their marriage. Obviously, in due time, good news would arrive for them too. The next day, Max woke up alone when the sun was already up. She checked the empty space on the bed where Riftan had laid. With disappointed eyes, she sat up and sighed. He was an amazingly diligent man. She got out of bed and began her toilette. That day, she was going to start doing the duties she had neglected while showing Agnes around Anatole. The gardens had to be inspected and she had to ensure that the guests were being properly accommodated. Although the busy day had just begun, Max felt lighter and more at ease than the day before. She smiled as she remembered Riftan's wide arms, who held her warmly throughout the night, feeling more relaxed after confirming that his feelings for her had not cooled down. "Greetings, my lady," the maids bowed with cheerful smiles, as they opened the door and met Max. "Did you sleep well last night?" "I slept well. Thank you. Did the guests have any eye issues?" "Everyone slept comfortably, my lady. Besides the princess, everyone is still resting in their rooms," said Rudish. "How is the princess?" "She's been outside on the grounds with Lord Calypso since early morning." "Tea together with the lord?" Rudish noticed Max's worried expression and added quickly. "The knights are also with them." One of the other servants mentioned that they were all planning to go over the guards' training. I see." She was embarrassed that Rudish had realized her dark mood and quickly turned her face away. Even though last night Riftan had said with his own mouth that he had no feelings for the princess, Max got immediately nervous hearing that the two of them were together. Had she always been such a jealous woman? She rushed down the stairs, rubbing her hot face. Her nervous feeling did not go away, even while she searched the garden for Rodrigo, the head butler. Riftan wasn't having a secret meeting with another woman, so why was she so anxious? Max wandered restlessly through the garden for a long time, before giving in and heading to the training grounds. Even if she would feel awkward and uncomfortable with all of them together, it would make her feel more at ease than she was now. With deep thoughts, Max hurriedly went through the training ground gates when a loud shout erupted. She stood at the entrance and looked down. Similar to when there were special trainings, there were more knights and trainees than usual, all cluttered together around the stands. On one side was Agnes and her entourage, on the other side were the apprentice knights. With all eyes on them, two knights walked into the field. Max's eyes widened. Both knights were wearing helmets, but it was easy to recognize by his confident stride that one of the knights was Riftan. Was he going to duel with one of Agnes' men? Why? She watched them, confused, as the knights pulled out their swords. The armor proved that the challenger was a formal knight, not an apprentice. Had an argument occurred with the guests? While Max blinked, Riftan rushed at his opponent, like a shot put flying across the sky, with such a shocking speed that it was hard to believe that he was in full armor. Max screamed and stepped back as the opponents collided. The sound of metallic banging was reminiscent of a thunderbolt. Riftan easily defended himself and threw off his opponent's sword, who immediately took another position to attack. Their swords collided violently at a speed like that of the beating wings of a hummingbird, the tearing sound of metal reverberating in the air. She could not move. She stood there and watched, shocked by the violence of the act. The fighters' feet dug into the ground and scattered dust around them, creating a layer of mist made of dirt. The fight was so intense that Max could no longer watch without feeling dizzy, so she turned away. Sir Caron, who was standing nearby, approached her. "My lady, are you okay?" Sir Caron. Max instinctively grabbed the edge of his cloak. What are they doing? Why is Riftan fighting? Stay calm, my lady. It's not a duel, just a light match. Light? Max stared at him in disbelief. The sound of thunderbolts still resonated behind her back. How can that be light? What if someone gets injured? I don't know the challenger, but the Lord is going easy on him. This level of training is common among us knights. Please don't worry. Caron tried to reassure her, yet every time someone moaned her heart started beating more strongly. The knights around her were standing with their arms folded and watching the fight in a relaxed pose. "If you're not feeling well, I can escort you back," he said, looking at her pale, nervous face. Max automatically pressed her hand against Karen's arm to support herself. At that moment, a sharp clang erupted, and the surroundings grew quiet. She looked back, wondering if her husband got injured. Riftan was standing still like a stone statue. He had pushed his sword against the challenger's neck with a firm grip. The challenger, who had not moved, eventually raised his hand to admit defeat. Max exhaled in relief and felt the tension ease within her body. Neither of the fighters seemed to be injured. Her shoulders drooped as she relaxed, when she suddenly felt a sharp gaze upon her. Max saw Riftan, who had thrown off his helmet, staring at her fiercely. He strode over while sheathing his sword around his waist and swiftly pulled her away from Caron. "What are you doing?" he asked Caron. "My lady seemed to be in shock from the training fight," he said, embarrassed, and took a step back. "I was only supporting her." Riftan glared at him with vicious eyes before turning to Max. Don't come here, this place doesn't suit you. He grabbed her arm and moved her body towards the entrance. Max gasped in discomfort as Riftan's metal gauntlet tightened against her arm. As if she were burning, Riftan instantly released her. She rubbed her forearm where he had grabbed her tightly and looked at him, confused. Why was he so upset? I'm fine. It was my first time seeing a fight. I was just as surprised. Have you never seen a joust or sword competition? Agnes suddenly intervened. Under the oak tree. Chapter 150. Max stepped back in surprise as Agnes' face popped up and immediately regretted moving her foot. Her action could be seen as terribly rude to the princess. I have not seen a fighting competition. Have you ever visited the palace? My brother comes almost every year. Do you not like the capital, Maximilian? Agnes said. Max broke out in a sweat. She did not like this topic. To TR travel. I do and not enjoy it much. Still, please visit us with Lord Calypso once. This time, I will guide you around Dracium. Thank you for the offer, but my wife is not strong enough to travel so far, Riftan answered, cutting off Max's reply. He led her toward the exit and she looked back over her shoulder, bewildered. Agnes shrugged her shoulders, as saying she was used to Riftan's rudeness, and gave her a strange smile. Don't do that. Why you must not be so rude to the princess. As a lord, you must set an example, Max said anxiously. Even if she is royalty, we don't have to go that far. She's just toying with us and enjoys getting on my nerves. I'll take care of escorting Agnes, so don't meet her anymore, Riftan spat. Like I said yesterday, that woman has a way of manipulating people to do her bidding. There's no reason for you to mess with her. But Riftan. Why you're already busy with the road construction. At her words, Riftan sighed as if he didn't want to admit something. Actually, Agnes will help us regarding that matter. He help? In order to build a road that connects Anatole to the port, we need to get rid of the monsters along the southern border. If a high-ranking wizard like Agnes assists, it will save us effort. There's no need for you to guide her around Anatole any longer. Max was lost in her thought for a while. The princess is still a guest. To ask for such a request. What if the royal family takes it as an offense? One of Agnes' attendants said something similar, said Riftan, clicking his tongue in annoyance. It wasn't me who had the idea though, it was the princess who offered to help. Don't worry, I haven't broken any rules. In the end, he was involving Agnes and the other guests in dangerous expeditions. Riftan saw Max's worried eyes, grinned and stroked her head with his metal-clad hand. Don't worry so much. I wasn't extremely rude to her, it's how we usually talk to each other. As for the expeditions, Agnes' skills aren't completely necessary for the more dangerous raids. I'm not crazy enough to endanger a royal guest who only came as an ambassador. Max closed her mouth because she felt a loss of words. She did not like this situation but could not find an alternative solution. Don't worry, Riftan said again. Rest in the room. It was unreasonable for you to support the guests for so long. I can also help outside, see can't I? Can you? His eyes transformed into thin slits, as if he disapproved. Max was intimidated and stuttered, I can do healing spells and other tasks. Thank you for your concern, Riftan said with a firm tone. But Anatole has a lot of wizards and I will pay for their services. There's no reason for you to get involved. Max closed her mouth. It was clear that he only wanted her to play two roles, the role as the lady of Calypso Castle, and as his wife. Riftan had said that she was his only family in the entire world, but she was not his equal that could solve his problems with him. Hiding her disappointment, Max walked one step ahead of him to hide her face. Since that day in the training grounds, Max didn't see Agnes at all. The princess was with Riftan almost every day. The two went out from early morning to head to the southern border often, and when they did not leave the castle grounds, they often had long discussions in the field or inspected the land. Of course, the two of them were never truly alone, there were always a few Ream Dragon Knights and Agnes bodyguards, so there was no reason for Max to feel anxious or worried about the situation. Nonetheless, her heart was not at ease. Just seeing the princess' brilliant blonde head standing by Riftan's side jolted a pain in her heart. Max sighed sadly as she looked outside her window. Spring was showing in the gardens. Agnes was the exact opposite of Max. Unlike her, she was confident, strong, beautiful, and worldly. Surely, after spending so much time together, he would realize how poorly he had chosen his wife, who was often melancholy and ungraceful. Her thoughts became gloomier. Max had been comparing herself to her sister Rosetta for almost her entire life. What if Riftan also started comparing her to other women? She bit her lip. Her inferiority complex was etched deep into her bones. "What's with that look?" Ruth said. Max looked up from her philosophy book only to see Ruth standing at the entrance of the library, who was casually eating an apple. Where have you been? I was worried about you since you haven't been into the library. I've been working in the tower for a while and making medicines here and there. Ruth walked to his favorite seat with a hearty stride. Why, you used to work more in the library. I had evacuated in fear of encountering a dirty adversary. Who do you mean? Agnes. I'd like to avoid her if I can. At the unexpected comment, Max opened her eyes widely. Most of the Ream-Dragon Knights and the rest of Riftan's men saw Agnes in a good light. She had assumed Ruth viewed Agnes the same. Do you two have a bad relationship? It's just one-sided on her end. Agnes is a wizard of Nornai, so she treats me as a traitor who has broken the rules of the wizard tower. He wrapped his arms behind his head and leaned back. To be honest, I just don't want the attention. I had a dismal time over there. By the way she treats me, I'm probably being treated more horribly from her and the other wizards than how the church treats the pagans. I had no idea. The other day when I heard that the P-Princess was coming, I didn't know it would affect you. Why tell a story about bad blood if it can be avoided? Ruth spoke grandly, as he opened a book that was close to him. Max looked at him oddly and felt a kinship between them. She was relieved that there was at least one other person who didn't favor Agnes. It was embarrassing how much Agnes upset her, but Max couldn't get rid of her restlessness. I don't think she is a bad person, Max muttered. The princess is not a bad guy, Ruth agreed. Objectively speaking, her knowledge and skills are quite capable and she gets along well with the Ream-Dragon Knights. How I feel about her is a separate matter. Max hesitated before saying honestly, I am you uncomfortable with the PR princess. I'd be surprised if you weren't, said Ruth, turning a page. It would be rather strange to be happy about seeing the woman who almost married your husband. His words made Max feel better. It was exactly as Ruth said, her feelings were reasonable. Before, she had often compared her jealousy of Agnes to a grumpy witch who harbored ill feelings, like those in fairy tales. Still, the princess is helping Anatole. I should see her in a better light. She's not helping us to be friendly. Ruth closed his book and smiled lightly. When I heard she was getting involved, I knew it was because helping us would eventually supply more materials for the capital. That alone is a business the Princess Agnes would have self-interest in. I'm sure His Majesty also pressured her to convince Lord Calypso to come to the High Court. King Reuben wants the Lord by his side. Max's shoulders stiffened. The King wants Riftan to go to Drakium? Didn't you know why she came? Ruth said. When he saw Max's face, he quickly added. But it's not going to happen. Of course, Lord Calypso won't be going anywhere. He doesn't like the life in the capital, the same goes for the palace. Why? Obviously, since he's been knighted, Lord Calypso has despised the nobility he's seen going in and out of the palace. Even if nobles are respectful to him, it doesn't make him feel better. He despises pretense. Ruth shrugged, as if this was a universal fact. Besides, Lord Calypso likes Anatole. Why would he want to be in Drakium, when he can act like a king and be in charge here? A king, why you say? To the young people in Anatole, Lord Calypso's reputation greatly exceeds King Reuben's. Lord Calypso raised Anatole, like a man who revived reeds from the point of death. The citizens here sincerely adore their lord since Lord Riftan has supported them. Max looked out the window, feeling overwhelmed. The landscape was picturesque as if a master painter had boldly drawn the scenery with a brush. Did Riftan truly care for this land? She was relieved he felt that way, and yet she also felt lonely. She was envious that he was so tied to a land. Anyway, Agnes won't be here forever, Ruth said cheerfully. She will soon realize that persuading Lord Calypso to go back to the capital is impossible and will leave. I won't have to avoid her for much longer, I'll just have to put up with the inconvenience until then. His absurd cheeriness made Max give a faint smile. As Ruth had said, she just had to wait for the princess to give up and leave. Once she left, surely her anxiety about losing her husband would cease.